Now, as a teacher, now what is the relevance? The relevance is that as a resource faculty, as a faculty belonging to transmitting the knowledge, it is our duty that we must disseminate properly. As a teacher, researcher, we must also be able to construct knowledge, share this knowledge, and accordingly, we must be able to fulfill our requirement as an engineering faculty. And this is a very active role. Many times we get caught between this, that what is really our mandate? What are we supposed to do? As a teacher, our mandate is to disseminate the knowledge available in different sources, acquired, or many times we experience ourselves, and we try to basically share this knowledge. Similarly, as a facilitator, we must also be able to convert this knowledge into some kind of a useful practice. Now, for an engineering faculty, I think this is very much required. That whatever we teach, whatever we disseminate, at the other end, student community is able to understand, and this results in some kind of a practice which can be given to the profession, which can be given to the industry, and by and large, society also gets benefit. So our basic purpose is also acting as a catalyst for improving the quality of life. And we must also act as a change agent by which society can be moved from one position to another position. And this is not possible unless we as engineering faculty take pride and also try to enhance the esteem and prestige of the profession. Now today, if you must have seen, the digital environment is everywhere, whether it is digital payment, whether it is admission through digital means, or the way we are interacting. We are interacting on a Zoom platform. Now, this is also part of the digital environment. And this environment is full of electronic gadgets. Technology has penetrated into this. Social media has come in a big way, whether it is in terms of Facebook or a professional social media like LinkedIn or a very crisp media like Twitter. So as an engineering faculty, we must be also aware of this. And this forces of technology we really cannot avoid. Again, taking a reference to COVID-19, what has happened? There are different norms which have come into practice. There are norms for social distancing. There are norms the way we transact business. There are norms by which we conduct examination and so on. And they say that this new normal is going to be normal after some time. So as an engineering faculty, we must be aware of this. And this is very, very interesting. If you look at our student community, for whom we are basically doing the transactions for disseminating knowledge, just reflect on this, that how much time they spent on online games, how many time hours they spent on WhatsApp, on Facebook, LinkedIn, talking on telephone, mobile, and maybe two-digit number for reading books. So this, whether it is XXX, YYY, ZZZ, you can put your values and try to understand. Now, this may be also true from our side, that as a faculty, we'll be also spending similar kind of hours. And this are so-called the socializing norms in the present environment. The environment which is characterized by mobile, by a lighter and sleeker technology which is available, technology which could be interactive. And at the same time, the technology also has multiple functions to perform. So we are all beset with this. And what has happened because of this? What is the ramification? What is the implication of this? Implication of this is that we need to change a lot. We must also understand the characteristics of the environment. And accordingly, we must also be able to change our modes of teaching, the so-called teaching learning processes have to undergo some kind of a transformation. And typically it happens that we try to transmit the way we have been taught, the way we have been brought up, the way we have been exposed to different kinds of techniques, different types of mechanism, different kinds of technology at that particular point in time. And typically, in the classical mode, we used to prepare detailed lecture notes. Maybe we used to perform this on a blackboard, talk to students, sometimes motivate them to ask questions, and also expect that the student community will respond to us. They will answer some of the questions and so on. Now, what has happened? The other side of the table, that the audience to whom we are teaching. Now that audience is completely different compared to, let us say, a few years back. Now this audience is very interesting to understand that this audience is, I would say, highly technology savvy. They are very, very comfortable in using mobile on and off the classroom. The Wi-Fi environment is taken for granted. That if there is no Wi-Fi available, you will find many students get disturbed. And this generation is also very much addicted to the so-called social media. And as a teacher, now this is a slightly disturbing trend that the student community is reluctant to acknowledge we as teacher. Now, why this has happened? If we reflect on this, then we'll understand that today there are multiple sources of knowledge available to the student. In the earlier days, when we were taught, when we did graduation, most of the time, teacher was the only source of knowledge. Teacher in the classroom was to be respected. Teacher disseminating knowledge was to be appreciated. But today, thanks to the all-pervading digitization, you are just one of the sources of knowledge. There are multiple sources of knowledge available. So we must also understand that in the eyes of student, we may not be holding that kind of respect or the so-called esteem, which is basically we try to assume. And that could be very, very dangerous. And what I would say, that teaching is basically a process which is intended for learning by inducing some kind of a behavioral change in the other end, in the student community whom we are teaching. And it is also kind of a message we are trying to impact on the audience. So that is very, very important. And why do we do teaching? One is it is simply our job, or we create some kind of a knowledge, awareness, and that awareness basically tries to bring about some kind of a behavioral change in the other end, that is the student community. Other view could be, it depends. It depends on variety of factors. Some factors could be highly personal. Some factors could be dictated by the local condition. Some factors could be dictated by the subject complexity, the expertise available in that particular domain, and so on. But as a teaching community, we must also get aligned that we must appreciate some of the assertions which are prevalent in any such teaching. The assertion number one is good teaching is essential for all. Why it is essential? Because this is the way we can motivate students. This is the way we can motivate ourselves. This is the way we can enjoy our profession. And this is also the way by which we can get professional recognition. Similarly, when we try to apprise student community about the latest development, about the interest in the topic, as an engineering faculty, we must also encourage their active participation. We must encourage them what is called as learning by doing, rather than asking them to just memorize some of the mundane fact. We must try to build in a variety of faculties in the student community. We must make them analytical. We must make them to look at the problem from various perspectives, make them critical, and in the process, impart the habit of an independent thinker. I think that is extremely important when we talk about the teaching. And many times what happens, we also need to make certain assumption about the teaching. Teaching is a kind of a process and it is not an event. This is very, very important. Many times what we think that this is an event and once that event is over, our job is over. Fortunately or unfortunately, it is not true. As a process, we must keep on learning. We must keep on updating. And likewise, what is happening elsewhere, this process is also undergoing tremendous transformation, tremendous changes. Again, thanks to the technology. Similarly, there is no one right way. It is very, very difficult to prescribe. Fortunately, there is no standard algorithm. There is no standard recipe which can tell confidently that this is the right way of teaching. But for us, the silver lining is that there are many ways to teach better. And why there are many ways? Again, I repeat, it depends on the subject, it depends on the complexity, it depends on the psychology of the learner. It also depends on psychology of we as teacher, the interest that we can basically arise in the student's mind. And both the teachers and student, they are responsible for learning. It is not a one-way process. And learning is more likely to occur if this process is organized, if this process is planned properly, we are aware of the resources, we are also aware how the other end is going to appreciate us, how the other end is going to make use of what we are teaching and so on. And learning occurs. This is very, very important. Learning occurs in what is called as a relevant context. If student community find that the context is not relevant, you must have noticed that the interest basically tapers off. They no longer get motivated. So we have to, as a teaching community, we have to basically find the relevant context in which the teaching learning process has to be properly activated. And there is a basic assumption that we want to teach better. We want to improve, let us say, day by day. We want to improve course by course. We want to improve audience by audience and so on. So as a teacher, we are also student and we are also learning. And it is interesting to understand the basic domain of a learning cycle. So this is a standard literature available on the learning thanks to the Bloom's taxonomy. What he says that the learning is basically occurring in three important domains: the cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, and affective domain. And it transformed into different phases from mere knowing or having a knowledge and putting that knowledge into some kind of an action, some kind of a practice. And there, I think our job is done. Then we can say, I have usefully transformed the information from one domain to another. And Bloom is credited by evolving this kind of taxonomy, which help us, which gives you a theoretical understanding in any such teaching process. When we learn a new subject, we must understand the theory. We must have proper theoretical perspective. And Bloom is credited for this. He has evolved some kind of a hierarchy, and that hierarchy basically starts from simple knowledge, simple comprehension, and then coming to synthesis and evaluation. As we progress more and more, we come to the different levels of this taxonomy. Now, as a teacher, this taxonomy is very, very important. Any subject we are teaching, we must also understand what is the application component, what is the comprehension component, to what level mere knowledge is sufficient to excite the student community. And maybe once we give inputs from our side, are we able to motivate them to analyze certain thing? Are we able to motivate them to synthesize something? Are we also imparting them a very valuable faculty of evaluating different alternatives, criticizing the existing alternative, or maybe motivating them to come out with new alternatives, and also some kind of a scheme by which this alternative can be evaluated. For example, when we are talking about different kinds of material, then are we able to tell them that this kind of material is to be used in this kind of situation? This is the cost involved. This is the utility involved. This is the technology challenge which is involved. And based on this, now this is the appropriate material which can be used in a particular process, which can be used in making a component, which can be used in making an assembly, and so on. So this is very, very important. And what has happened over a period of time, this taxonomy has also undergone change. And where now this is assumed that we are also imparting knowledge by which students are able to create something. They are able to make something. They are able to, let us say, make a prototype. They are able to make a small component on their own, maybe using workshop. I come from mechanical engineering background. So maybe they are able to assemble something, they're able to design a product, they're able to visualize that product. They're also able to visualize as how this particular product is going to be applied and who are going to be the users of this. So as a teacher, we must keep on, in any subject we are teaching, we must understand contribution of each of this, that how much part is basically dwelt in sharpening their cognitive abilities, another part which is sharpening their affective domain, and the part which basically translate into action, translate into practice, that is psychomotor domain, by which they should be able to create, they should be able to understand the alternatives and so on. So for a teacher, it is important that we understand this. And in understanding this, we are also recognizing that creativity is very, very important. And creativity requires higher order skills. It requires a thought process. It requires a consistent and evolving thought process by which we are able to excite their intellectual faculty. And what is the implication for this as a teacher? As a teacher, the implication is that the kind of assignment that we give, the kind of test we give, kind of carry home assignment we give, we must try to focus where they are tempted to work, whereby their creativity is excited, their innovativeness is put into practice, and they are also able to assemble various constructs of knowledge rather than just on a passive mode trying to ask the student to replicate what we have taught is really not going to excite them. Why it is not going to excite them? Because they have seen very higher versions of excitement thanks to the digital environment. They have seen how practice is basically into the field and how that practice as an engineering profession, as an engineering person, how that practice has also resulted in improving the quality of life. So we must understand the relevance of this Bloom's taxonomy in our own subject domain and try to apply this. Because many times people feel that this is not applicable to us, it is applicable to only, let us say, arts and commerce domain. It is not applicable to engineering, it is not applicable to science. So when I say engineering, I also include science and engineering. So for science and engineering, this appreciation of Bloom's taxonomy and its variant is very, very necessary. And as a teacher, we must also understand that we learn a lot while teaching. Why this happens? Because the other end makes us to learn. Other end, student end, will ask some question. And many times it happens that some of these questions could be very, very disturbing. These questions we have never imagined, but they are coming from a very different domain. And as a teacher, we must respect. And maybe while answering that, we get motivated to learn. We get excited to learn additional things. So often we say teaching is twice learning. So once we teach, we learn. Again, next time we teach, we further that learning. Next time we teach, again, we try to refine. So by continuous process of teaching, we also become so-called sharpened and we try to understand the subject matter better. And now let us come back to digital environment. Now in this digital environment, what has happened, that time has really assumed a different meaning. Now it is not necessary that we will be teaching in a fixed hour or the learning is happening in a fixed hour. Learning is not restricted to, let us say, college day or typical academic year. Thanks to the web, thanks to internet, it has given immense opportunity, immense capability to learn anywhere and anytime. So there is no restriction of place. Sitting in Delhi, I am able to connect with you. Maybe some audience could be altogether from different place. So the boundaries of the place, the geographical boundaries are no more relevant. And this is also an important aspect we have to keep in mind. And the path of learning has also become quite innovative. It is not necessary that we learn only by textbook. It is not necessary that students are just learning by the prescribed syllabus or whatever is available to them from secondary sources. But in turn, there is a huge environment, digital environment, which is available, and that can be adjusted to the pace of the student. Student can really record, and this recording he can avail at his own pace, at his own place, and at his own time. So that kind of flexibility today is possible, which was not available earlier. Again, thanks to the technology. And this technology, as I said, is becoming smarter and smarter. And this technology is also so-called accessible and affordable. But as a teacher, what is important that we should remember, technology is just the tool. It is not the end. It is just one of the means by which we need to impart the education. It is not the education by itself. It is not the instruction. It is just a medium. And we must restrict our attention to that. And accordingly, the way we try to give the instruction or the way we try to create digital content, that is also going to be very, very important. How do we really create an engaging content? How do we motivate them? How do we understand that this medium is flexible, this medium is highly interactive, and that can really impart the so-called interest, or it can generate a lot of so-called applications for potential practice. So we have to understand how to make this content more engaging and more interesting. And you must have seen there are many open access sources which are available. All of you are familiar with NPTEL. You are also familiar with the strong movement of MOOCs. And this is very, very interesting. What is interesting? That COVID has also forced us to follow this trend. The digital courses have come long back. They have come in early 2000, maybe 2002, 2003. But the penetration was not that high. But COVID has really forced us to look at huge depository which is available online, and there is a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, tremendous amount of interest available, and that has really created immense opportunities by which we can really look at the way we need to engage our student community, and it has also given us more challenges to understand this. And like any other field, this disruptive digital innovation is becoming the norm as far as education is concerned. We have seen this disruption in the other sectors, like what has happened to transportation, thanks to Uber, Ola, thanks to the e-commerce, which is reflected in terms of Flipkart, Amazon, the way we engage ourselves in entertainment, thanks to Netflix. So similar kind of disruption has also appeared on our horizon in the domain of education. And that disruption has basically come because of the online digital content which is available. And what this content has made us to look at the basic assumption. For example, in a typical setting, we say that this is the teacher-student ratio we need to follow. 1 is to 10, 1 is to 15, 1 is to 12, 1 is to 20, and so on. And there are prescribed norms by AICTE. UGC also stresses on this. But this digital disruption has also challenged this, because the same teacher is now able to, let us say, cover a big number of students, large number of students who can be available online, who can be excited in digital environment, for which the physical classroom is really not needed. So our old assumption of having a formal classroom, blackboard or whiteboard teaching, and then trying to connect with students may not be really relevant today, because this digital environment has offered immense opportunity. And this environment, we can connect one teacher with many students, one teacher crossing the geographical boundary, one teacher exciting a huge audience. And that is really the challenge. And this is, the medium is such that it is not a single track medium, but there are multimedia based content available, which can make the content very, very interesting. And this is possible because of the onslaught of technology in terms of social media, in terms of so-called analytics available. And that analytics is basically guided by the developments in artificial intelligence, robotics, and so on. So what is the challenge? The challenge is that as a teacher, we must acquire digital literacy or digital competency so that we survive, and we are also able to excite the student community. We cannot really shy away from this. We must be able to excite. And here we have to take a view that everything is connected to everything else. And as a teacher, we must be connected. We must be connected to student. We must be connected to subject. We must be connected to the environment, and we must also be connected to society. And here, frankly speaking, our teaching cannot be done in isolation. We must assume a position where we are seen as some kind of a teacher who is student centric, who is able to understand their perception, who is able to understand their aspiration and expectation. And in order to meet these aspirations and expectation, we must be able to use technology appropriately, or we must be able to combine both the traditional ways as well as the technology ways. And we must be able to excite the student. And that excitement of student is basically done by involving them in project work, by involving them in assignment, by involving them, let us say, through peer-to-peer interaction and so on. So our goal should be that we must understand a multiplicity of role from teaching community. Like we are also a resource provider. We are so-called curriculum specialist. We support them in the classroom. We act as a facilitator. Many times we also develop students. We call ourselves as mentor. Many times we take the position of a leader, and on one knowledge front, let us try to be act as leader and so on. And most importantly, we also assume the role of a learner because we are also continuously learning. On the other side, we have to also assume that the student is a major stakeholder in the teaching learning process. Student is also a consumer of what we are producing. And many times we get certain feedback from him. He is also so-called co-producer, is partner in the process. And many times you must have experienced yourself that he can also be motivated to act as a researcher, act as an apprentice to whom certain skills are to be imparted. And in the larger picture, we visualize him as some kind of a change agent. So the prevailing environment, digital environment, is full of technology, full of devices, and we are also having the presence of Google everywhere. If it is not on Google, student community gets an impression that it cannot be available. It may not be improper to say that their worldview is largely shaped by Google. Whether it is searching for some term, searching for direction, searching for maybe research paper, everything is available on Google. So Google has acted as Mahaguru, and as a teacher, we must also understand that this has really made our challenge more and more complex. Why? Because this has reduced the attention or retention span of a student. And we must be aware that there are multiple modes of learning. They are not dependent on teacher or they are not dependent on classroom teaching as such. And as a teacher, we are competing with technology, and most of the situation, technology comes out as winner. The forces of technology are much, much more powerful than an individual forces which may exist in the old environment. And as a teacher, we must be apprised of this. And one thing you must have experienced this, that many times we get bored. I'm sure many of you must have felt in this session also. This is one part. But the bigger punishment is having to teach the board. So this is very, very important. As a teacher, we must remember this and try to make the content interesting, try to make the content engaging, and stimulate them for higher order learning. And again, thanks to the digital environment, there are many possibilities available today. It is online versus classical face-to-face or a mix of this. It is interactive versus so-called passive. It is adaptive versus fixed one. It is instructor-based versus peer-based, and so on. It is also group versus individual-based. Again, it is immersive versus abstract and idealized, and so on. So in any subject we teach, we must understand the relevance of that. Maybe as we practice more and more, as we gather more and more experience, maybe our content becomes more immersive, more engaging, and so on. It may not happen, let us say, in the first year of my teaching, but as we gather more experience, as we understand the psychology of the student, as we understand complexity of the subject, our content should also continuously evolve, and we must try to make our content more and more immersive, more and more engaging. And this really helps a lot in making students engaged in our course, making students learn many things. And in the process, we also start getting motivation. We also start feeling that we have done our job. We have made the content so-called interactive. We have made the content more personalized, more catering to the individual needs of the student. So I think that we must exploit fully given the characteristics of the digital environment. And this digital environment, again, I repeat, has been also energized by COVID. And earlier, I'm sure many of us would not have heard the name of Zoom, or we may not have used WebEx and so on. But thanks to the COVID, now we have become more or less used to this. We have become more and more less experienced in using this, or given the resources, maybe at a later stage, we can also acquire certain mastery in this. So basically, the challenge is how to complement our traditional teaching with the digital environment. And the answer to this is we have to use combination of both the traditional methods of teaching as well as the availability of digital resources. We have to innovatively and judiciously combine this and make the subject more and more interesting. And again, I repeat, this will be based on the context, based on the subject, based on the depth we want to cover, and so on. So based on that, the mix could be varied. But the understanding is that we must be able to complement both. Similarly, in this so-called in-class activities, how do we really promote that? By which the engaged inquiry is promoted, or by which engaged inquiry is stimulated. Again, the answer is that we must be able to use technology. We must be able to use social media. There is absolutely no shying away. We should not be apologetic in using social media for enhancing our learning capability, because that is the environment which is before us. And now we really cannot go back in time, and we cannot say that this technology is not for us, this is not for my subject, and so on. But we have to see how do we best get acclimatized to this? How do we adopt ourselves to this and make a judicious mix of this so that the blended pedagogy, blended method of teaching becomes more and more interesting. And that blended learning is going to be very, very challenging. And this, again, I repeat, there may not be a standard algorithm for this. This will depend on your outlook. It will depend on the depth of the subject you want to cover and so on. So there has to be a proper combination of both classroom and digital media. And we must visualize our role as a facilitator, a role as an enabler, and then we can really excite that. And typically, this will be interesting to understand. Typically, what has been found that this retention span or attention span of student community ranges between 12 to 15 minutes. There is a whole body of researcher who are trying to see that how this retention span has evolved over a period of time. But just for our sake, we can say it will range between 12 to 15 minutes. And typical class consists of 55 minutes. That means in one particular lecture hour, we should be able to introduce 4 to 5 packets of concept or ideas, which are basically interspersed with some kind of a engaging content. And that engaging content could be coming from YouTube, it could be coming from TED Talks, it could be coming by just observing films and documentaries and so on. And accordingly, we should be able to engage the student community. It is very, very important. In a class of 55 minutes, I should be able to introduce 4 to 5 packets of different ideas and concepts. And you can imagine, for example, in IIT, a 3 credit course involve something like 40 to 45 lecture hours. So if every hours I'm saying 4, so on an average, I'll be teaching about 160 to 175 concepts. And this concept, we should be able to introduce them in the most engaging ways. And this is where we can make a distinction between the classical and e-learning methods. E-learning is basically what is called a learner-centered or learner-focused. And many times it could be visualized as a two-way medium. It could be asynchronous. And in the process, we are basically trying to impart certain degree of competency in the student community. I think that is how we are visualizing by which the e-learning is going to be facilitated in the prevailing digital environment. And here I must share my experience. At IIT Delhi, we are using a system, what is called as a learning management system, LMS. And that LMS is called as Moodle. Moodle is an open source system. It is available free. You can visit their website. And this is basically a whole learning community which has developed this platform. And in this platform, it is basically what is called as a modular object-oriented dynamic learning environment. The short form is Moodle. And it is highly modular. And we can enhance the courses by which we can really engage the student community in more exciting, more innovative ways. So this is a very, very useful platform which is being used. And this platform has basically come from the motivation, what is called as a constructionist perspective, which says that over a period of time, we evolve. And as a teacher, we must also make students understand that their worldview requires certain things. And those things will be imparted through this medium. And students learn not only from teacher, but they learn from each other. They learn better by doing. They also offer a lot of creative opportunities by which we can engage ourselves. So this is a very, very powerful medium by which we can engage the student community. And this has a lot of features by which we can give assignment, by which student community can chat with each other. We can conduct the test, we can conduct quizzes and so on. And this is a very, very powerful medium by which we can connect to the student community. And while administering the quiz, there are many opportunities available. It could be multiple choice, it could be matching, It could be, let us say, essay type of question. It could be a numerical question. It could be finding in an image what you want to do, or student can upload their own content in response to a particular question, and so on. And by which we can really test how well or how bad the student is doing in a particular course. And what is important is there is a whole range of student analytics which is available. For example, certain students, they have not visited your assignment, they have not visited your latest uploaded material. Then immediately there will be a message that for last 3 days, so many students have not engaged into this, or for last 7 days, this content has not been visited by anyone. So that could be some kind of a diagnostic that we may say that student community is not taking interest. I must do something, or I must again try to repeat that concept, make the student community excited about this, and so on. So this way, this medium act as a very, very powerful tool by which we can be comfortable in the digital environment. And of course, there will be certain problem. We have experienced certain, I would say, impediments. This is initially we have to devote more time. We have to basically unlearn our classical ways of teaching and learning. And it is natural that there will be some inbuilt resistance. Or as a community, we are basically afraid of the technology. So these fears we have to basically align and try to engage, try to understand that this technology is for the benefit of both student as well as the teacher. The second experience I would like to share that this is through active interaction, active interactive, the features which are available through social media. And I think that is very, very important. And this is important that we must understand that there are multiple modes of learning. Students get access to variety of so-called social crowding platform. Quora is a very, very powerful platform. And you must have visited Quora. And there are many people who have got huge number of following. For example, Professor Dheeraj Sanghi, who was at IIIT Delhi. He is basically professor from IIT Kanpur and now heading PEC in Chandigarh. So he is a prolific contributor on Quora. And you will find many questions which are posed by students and answered by Professor Sanghi. So it is also a good medium by which we can know how student community is basically feeling, how student community is excited to variety of concept. And you can also post variety of questions on this. And this basically helps us in creating what is called as community of practice, COP, or community of practice. And this source is available to anyone, anywhere. So this is a very, very important. Another interesting forum which is available, which I have actively used, these are the TED Talks. And TED Talks is a very, very good forum. And any TED Talks, if you look at the huge resource available on TED Talks, it will give a very, very engaging and very interesting content on variety of things. You have to just search and find appropriate TED Talks. For example, there is a very good, interesting talk by Bill Gates on the methods of teaching and why teachers need a very, very active feedback. It's a very interesting project by Gates Foundation. And this is a project on measuring the effectiveness of teaching. It is called as EMIT, mechanisms of feedback for teaching community. And recently, we should be proud that people like Ranjit Singh Disale has made us proud by getting the coveted award of the world highest recognition for a teacher by innovating in his own way by using active usage of QR codes by the children at the very, very impressionable age. He has made active use of QR and he has made both Maharashtra and India proud by winning this accolade in the entire globe. And this is also an example which we as a teaching community should be aware that how to excite the student community, maybe with limited resources, but at the same time making full use of technology. So my suggestion will be try to make more and more proactive use of technology, try to motivate them. And in the process, we also get motivated for variety of mediums available as far as digital media is concerned. Another course which I have taught, this was a module on supply chain management. And this was taught to both people who were having substantial industry experience as well as the final year students here at IIT Delhi. And this entire course content, this is the course content for that particular course. There are 9 modules. And in each of this module, I have taken active leverage of NPTEL material as well as the other online material which is available. So technically speaking, a student need not attend any physical class, but he can go through this and there are simple questions at the end of each module and he can learn the entire content. And to complement this, I had also used 25 different YouTube sessions and that content was for about 15 hours. And this was very, very interesting. It could range from 3 minutes to, let us say, 8 minutes. But after watching this, student gets a feeling that this is how the subject is implemented in industry. This is how this particular technology has been used by industry and so on. And this is basically talking their language, making some kind of a connect with the student community. And I also encourage them to register free online. There's a course available on Coursera. And this is a course developed by Professor Bowen Kim. And this is a very interesting course. There are more than 42,000 students who have registered for this. And this course get a rating of 4.7. 4.7 rating is really good. You can visit this particular website and get yourself accustomed to this. So in my course, I have made full use of this. I ask students to register themselves for this and get the content so that they are exposed to a variety of medium, whether it is TED Talks, whether it is YouTube, whether it is some kind of a open-ended discussion available in other medium and so on. So what was interesting that there was a good connectivity between student and teacher. And this technology, the so-called social media, I made full use of this. And that helped me in understanding their aspiration, their expectations, that how the learning takes place and how a particular concept is to be taught. So we should not be shy of this. And in my view, it was a student-centric model, coming closer to student, understanding their view of technology, and trying to basically converse in their own medium. So as a learning, what I learned that the students are not only the consumer of the final product, but they are also producer. Many times they give feedback that this YouTube was not good. Instead of this, there is another which is available, and this is by a good professor, let us say, coming from Singapore. So I replaced that with the new content. And in the process, I also got myself sensitized to this. And we must also understand that the student are not the product of our teaching learning process. The real product is the learning that the student do. And that learning, which basically results in change of behavior. And this change in the behavior is going to be responsible for making change in the society. And unless this understanding is there, we will not be able to appreciate the impact of digital environment. And this is, truly speaking, a team effort between teacher and student. And once we understand that it is a team effort, then this will really help in motivating them. And this is also possible thanks to the digitalization which is available now. And this product, the learning outcome, is going to make some impact in the society. So in closing, I must say that the challenge can be met provided we become technology friendly. We must practice and acquire certain digital competency. We must be able to crowdsource ideas, let the ideas come from variety of sources, and then try to understand. And our purpose is not only to disseminate, but we must be able to put that into practice. We must be able to transpose that. And thanks to the COVID environment, this has also taught us to be more empathetic. We must empathize with students. We must try to assume ourselves in their shoes and then try to appreciate or able to understand the deeper connotations of the subject. So I would say, I would like to close the session by saying that there is an all pervading digital environment. We cannot avoid this. We must appreciate the new roles of student. He is also a co-producer. He could be also our advisor. He could be also our partner and so on. And as a teacher, we must be able to take up various challenges. And we must be able to accustom to so-called blended teaching and learning. And we must be able to innovate and collaborate. I think that is the way we will be able to sustain in the onslaught of technology. Then only we'll be able to excite the student community. I think that is the message we would like to carry home. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And I'm sure this refresher course is going to be a big, big landmark. The way we try to understand the teaching learning process and the way we also try to understand the other's view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for giving us the importance and limitations of technology. And you have rightly said that COVID-19 has changed the norms of business transactions and conduction of examinations. Teaching is not an event, it is a process intended to bring behavioral changes in the student community. So this was an important message, and you have also focused on the role of a teacher in enhancing the students' analytical and critical thinking, making them independent thinkers. So teacher can learn while teaching. Teaching is not a simply role of a teacher. He should also learn while teaching. And you have also given an important message that technology is not a tool. It's a tool and not an instruction or a medium. So lastly, challenges can be met by practicing and becoming technology friendly. So thank you very much, sir, for conducting this wonderful session. And I thank all the participants for joining us for this session. So I declare that this session is over. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
So participants, please fill the feedback form that has been shared in the chat box within time. And our next session will start within 5 minutes at 10:30 a.m. So please stay connected. Thank you. Thank you one and all.
Hello. हाँ मुझे वो चेयर इसमें उसके ऊपर मैंने Hello. Hello. All participants must note that you have to join session on time because today morning many participants joined very late and IIT professor was waiting for all of you. So it is not very good thing and very good sign. So note that your attendance is counted, marked at AICTE, ISTE, and at our end in online mode. So please join session in time and attend very sincerely. So we have taken a lot of efforts to invite speakers, and therefore it is your duty now to join each session in time. So next time I am expecting that everyone will join each session means in time, and your cooperation is very much required. Participation certificate will not to irregular participants. I'm telling this because I have observed that some of you are not attending session or they are leaving the sessions, so that is not good sign. So take care that we are expecting every participant should get certificate. We are with you, but if you are not attending session, then it is not possible from our end. So please take care. Next time you must join each session in time. Thank you.
व्हिडिओ नाही येते. ओके. Honorable dignitaries on the platform, all the dear participants, I am Anil Patil. I wish a very good morning to one and all. Dear participants, let me introduce to you a renowned and distinguished personality as a resource person for the session. Dr. Mukul Sutaune is a professor in electronics and telecommunication department at College of Engineering, which is popularly known as COEP in Pune. With over 30 years of teaching experience in academics, research, and industry, Professor Mukul Sotaune is currently Deputy Director at COEP and has handled various responsibilities such as Dean Academics, Dean International Relations, Head of the Department, etc. at the same institute, COEP, previously. His areas of work and interest in teaching and research are statistical and adaptive signal processing, wireless communication and networks, and statistical modeling of data. He has conceived, practiced, and executed and steered many innovative academic experiments in curriculum design and delivery for the students and faculty of his institute and Savitribai Phule Pune University and other aspiring institutes mentored by Sutaune sir. In the capacity of principal investigator of the Center of Excellence in Signal and Image Processing, a World Bank funded project by MHRD goal under TEQIP, Professor Sutaune has been associated with the development and conversion of prototypes from mere proof of concept, which is known as POC, to transferable technologies. Some of such projects are video stabilization for cell phones, automated inspection system for PCB fault detection, density and direction detection for stampedes, and optimal microphone array for audio beam forming, with handsome number of contributed and cited publications to his credit. He is an applauded research person in many conferences, workshops, and symposia. Professor Mukul Sutaune is the recipient of Professor SVC Ayya IETE National Award for Excellence in Telecommunication Education. We have such a renowned person with us, Dr. Sutaune sir. We are really pleased and honored to have you on this platform. I do not want to be between you and the participants anymore. I request Sutaune sir to please take charge of the session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anil. Both Dr. Anil Hibrekar and Dr. Anil Patil, both the organizers, having been invited for this AICTE ISTE approved refresher program on innovative teaching learning. Let me share my screen with you. Please allow me to share my screen. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you once again, organizers. So topic which has been mutually consented by me and Dr. Anil Hivrekar, and that probably suits the theme of this AICTE sponsored refresher program. It is role of curriculum design in quality education. That is a topic which we decided together. And I'm always delighted. It's my pleasure to connect with the teachers like you and share my thoughts. That's the way. Because teaching innovations in teaching learning process, they actually start with curriculum design. That is always my conviction. And with that conviction, I have tried many experiments at College of Engineering, Pune. Fondly, we know it as COEP. COEP is a 166 years old institution, a legacy institute in the country, third oldest in Asia. And we became autonomous in 2003-04. So last 16 years, we are autonomous. Autonomous means we're academically fully autonomous. So we have academic freedom to design our own curriculum, design our own examination, to innovate like anything in teaching learning process. Okay. So I always say that autonomy provides impetus, or let's say it enables or empowers the faculty members, teachers on the autonomous campus for curriculum design, curriculum delivery, and curriculum assessment, examination. Okay. So it is a topic which is very close to my heart. I have been given an opportunity to work as Dean of Academic Affairs. I am also associated with the Savitribai Phule Pune University Board of Studies for quite a long, probably I think consecutive 4 terms. It's a topic which is very close to my heart and brain and probably mind. And then I have been a contributor in curriculum design at SPPU and as well as my institute. Okay. And we tried many experiments. So let me share those experiments with you. I prepared around 50 slides presentation and then probably all the teachers will like it. I'm assuming that the teachers who have enrolled for this refresher program are basically from engineering colleges. That's my assumption. If there are some other fraternity also, then let me be excused because my experiences will all match with engineering programs. Therefore, I tweaked with my title. I said it is role of curriculum design, quality engineering education, because I'm an engineering teacher for so long, 30 years now. Under engineering education, which is I'm having some information knowledge about. So if somebody from science or somebody from commerce or arts are there, I may please be excused. And the approach which I have taken today to deliver my total session is a case study approach. So there are 2 case studies. One is AICTE model curriculum, which was released in 2018, recent release 2018. And then COEP's experiment in curriculum design. Therefore, there are 2 case studies over here. I thank Dr. Hivrekar for giving me 2 consecutive sessions because I think they will be requiring around 2.5 hours to deliver all the contents over here. It is 48-50 slides presentation organized in 3 sections, 3 parts, and I have delivered it before also. In month of May, I think AISSMS College of Engineering had one such kind of refresher program, wherein I actually prepared this, compiled this total presentation and delivered it that time. So if there are some common teachers, I may again be excused because the contents will be overlapping naturally. I tweaked it again for your theme, but then there will be contents which are overlapping. If there are common audience, I may please be excused for that also. So title of my session will be Role of Curriculum Design in Quality Engineering Education. And the approach is case studies. Sessions are organized in a typical, first 10 slides are for education philosophy, then a case study of AICTE model curriculum, and finally case study of COEP curriculum. Okay, that is the way I'll be going about. I understand that from last 7-8 months, all the teachers are dealing with this very strange new norm of education, wherein we deliver online and we don't know faces of the audience, faces of students, we don't look at them. Teaching learning cannot be effective without a teacher looking in the eyes of the student, eyes of the learner, and looking at the faces of the learner. I am a firm believer of that. And therefore, online education doesn't have any charm. I do not get any instant feedback from the learner's face, from the learner's eyes. So all learner's gestures are not visible to me, and therefore it's boring for me. I have realized it last 7-8 months. I've delivered many online sessions in the FDPs and conferences. Also, I've been teaching regularly to my students. All of you must be doing that. And we understand that there is no much charm in teaching online because you don't get that instantaneous feedback. Okay. feedback happens to be very, very important. I always feel feedback on the faces and eyes of the learners is an instantaneous feedback, and we get really charged up when we look at their faces. If they understand, then they really nod. That expressions are always available on their smiles and then probably eyes, and that is missing over here. So my appeal to all the audience is that they have to naturally keep their patients alive. See to it that they listen to my session patiently. That's the appeal from my end. If they don't, I don't have any control. In the actual class, I have a control. I can make the student to go out of my class if he or she is not interested. That I cannot do in the online sessions. It totally depends on the audience motivation, whether to keep live, to keep attentive throughout the session. I can only appeal all of you, just be attentive. You'll enjoy the session. I assure you that you will certainly enjoy the session. There is a lot of information which is collated and compiled, and I'll be delivering it for your interest. So take interest, be attentive. We'll really take a break after 1.5 hours for a bio break, and then we'll reassemble after 10 minutes. Okay, I won't make you much bored, but the information which I have compiled over here will be really interesting for you. So appeal from my end is be attentive throughout the session, be motivated, don't lose patience, and see, such sessions are always informative. I'm not giving you any novel knowledge. I don't claim it is innovative knowledge. You already know it, but it will have therefore all tadaka of my experience. Okay. The prior session also was a sharing experience. So all such informative sessions, no, they go more or less on sharing the experiences. So because of my varied experience from last so many decades, I can say, I can really make you a little bit more enriched. Okay. So treat me as your older friend, senior friend, and that there is some word of advice from me. Okay. That's the nature of my session, informative session. I try to make it as interesting as possible just to make your attention live. Okay, but the appeal is to be patient, be live, be attentive. And at the end of the session, probably we can take certain questions if you have. Okay, so again, role of curriculum design in quality engineering education, a case study approach. I'll be doing like that. Just to have some good quotes, which I could find on Google, Father Google. The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be ignited. Okay. Whole teaching learning process is a live process. The teacher teaches, the learner learns, student learns. Okay. And then in the other way, we also learn from students a lot of things. There is an input, there is a feedback, there is a gesture, and then we also learn quite a lot from our students' faces. And students are many a time, they are the younger generations, more smart, and they can also teach us. It's a give and take process always. It is never a process of only giving. It is give and take. And teacher has to see to it, but that mind of a student, of a learner is not a vessel. We have to see to it that we have to ignite the fire. Okay. Ignited minds, the word which is used at COEP also quite often. And then wings of fire. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam wrote his total biography in that way, right? We have to ignite minds, ignite fire in the mind of the learners. And we have to really develop interest in their minds so that they learn further. Okay. And my session will also have some flavor of outcome-based education and accreditation, because we have to undertake that accreditation now. It is mandatory for all the institutions. So my session also has some flavor of outcome-based education. Okay. And outcome-based education teaches us that the learners should be lifelong learners and self-learners, right? Students should be lifelong learners and self-learners. Who else can be best example other than teachers? We teachers are the best examples of self-learners and lifelong learners. The subjects which were taught to me when I was a student at NIT Nagpur, I don't teach those subjects at all, because the technology has remained obsolete, has gone obsolete on the span of time. And something which I learned in my student days, it is not applicable today. So I'm going to learn new courses on my own, new knowledge on my own I'm going to earn. So I'm self-learner, lifelong learner. Why? Because I see to it that throughout my life, I learn new courses, I acquire new knowledge, I acquire new skills, and I impart that to my student. So teachers are best examples of lifelong learner and self-learner. And OBE expects that our students should also be groomed for self-learning, lifelong learning. And that can happen only when I ignite a learning fire, a learning desire in students' mind. So this quote is very, very appropriate. It was by Plutarch. Another quote. A good teacher makes you think even when you don't want to. Okay, very, I can say a sarcastic kind of note. It is from Teaching Thinking by Fisher in 1998. He gave this quote to us. A good teacher, what is the sign of good teacher? Good teacher doesn't teach. He makes students, learners to think about where student doesn't want to. See, the smarter younger generations, they don't want to learn. There is always a, we can say, grumble from teachers' end that students are not sincere now. Generations are become smarter. They have a lot of information access on their fingertips through cell phone and Google. Therefore, they don't listen to us. They don't hear us. Okay. But then even though they don't want to learn, you have to see to it that they have to think, right? A good teacher makes therefore you to think, learners to think, even when you don't want to think, you don't want to learn. Remember, thinking goes beyond teaching learning. You have to instigate, inspire students to think what they learned. Okay. So teaching learning therefore has a lower level of abstraction. Thinking goes above that. And we have to create thinkers, not only learners. So it goes above that. Okay. What is the goal of education for a program? By the way, OBE says that whatever students takes from us, from the institute, is a program. Okay, educational program. So we have electronics and telecom as a program. We have computer science as a program. We have information technology as a program. We have say mechanical engineering, not a branch, it's a program. Instrumentation is a program. So we have educational program to deliver to the students, to the society. Okay, so student comes to us to take a program from us. What is the program? Program comprises of courses, 40 theory courses, 20 lab courses, 1 project course, 1 mini project, 1 group discussion, 1 seminar, and so on and so forth, various courses of time. So program is a set of deliverable bunch of programs. Isn't it? It's a set of courses, sorry. So every educational program is a set or bunch of courses to be delivered to the learners, to be delivered to the student. What is the goal of this program specific education? Means ENTC program, computer science program. What is the role? Everywhere in engineering education, we receive a raw student or a raw learner who's not skilled, who is not polished, who doesn't have much of knowledge of engineering. What we do is we have to convert or transform that raw student or learner into competent engineering graduate or professional engineer. We have to convert or transform him or her from raw student or raw learner to a competent engineering graduate or professional engineer. That is the aim or target of our education, programs education. Okay, every engineering program should target like this. How do we do it? There is a subroutine over here, there is a sub arrow shown, and the arrow shows that how do we do it. So we have for the program educational objectives. There are intended, pre-articulated, pre-drafted educational objectives. Every program, ENTC, computer, IT, instrumentation, mechanical, production, every program has its own objectives or goals. Okay, what we want to deliver through this program to the learner. There are objectives which are a priori beforehand defined. Every student should be, it's a job of the teacher, job of HOD, job of the all program owners, that they should make students learn about what are the intended objectives or goals of the program, whole program. ENTC in Vidya Pratishthan College exists for what purpose, what objectives they have. Okay, and that objectives, if they are already predefined and students know about them, then curriculum is the only tool. Curriculum, syllabus is the only tool which is through teaching, through learning, and through assessment or examination, which can achieve the outcomes. Okay, every program has objectives or goals, every program has outcomes. Okay, and that program outcomes can be achieved or attained through curriculum only. That's the only tool in the hand of teachers. Okay, and curriculum has got 3 biggest components. Curriculum can be taught, I have to teach it naturally. Curriculum is to be learned by the students. Curriculum is to be assessed, examined for the students by the teachers. That is to be done. Okay, so curriculum has got 3 components: teaching, learning, assessment. Teaching, learning, examination. So we convert raw student or raw learner into professional engineer by a mean. What is the mean? We first define our program education objectives, goals, and through curriculum, teaching, learning, assessment, we are going to achieve the program outcome. That's the way. Okay, so goal of education is like that. Every program has specific goals and objectives. Every program has program outcomes, naturally. Okay, and through curriculum is the only tangible, visible means or medium through which we teach, through which students learn, and we then assess or examine the students, right? Those happen to be 3 important components of the goals of education over there. What are goals of learning? Goals of learning. Okay, I say learning doesn't go without teaching. Teaching, learning are synonymous, right? No, you understand your mind now. that teaching goes with learning. We teach, students learn, and we together assess. So teaching, learning, assessment is a triplet. Okay, it's a triplet. We have to always take the name simultaneously. So teaching without learning doesn't exist. Teaching and learning do not exist without examination, assessment. Okay, so all these three go as always a triplet. So what are goals of learning? And therefore this teaching and assessment, at the end of the learning session, every learning lecture, every session, okay, at the end of the learning session, the learner should have acquired from the teacher. What he or she should acquire? New knowledge. So my session ends now at, let's say, 12 o'clock. My first session ends, then the learner should have acquired new knowledge. Okay, every session, every lecture should be planned in such a way that at the end of the session, the learner acquires novel knowledge, new knowledge. Okay, he or she also acquires new skills. Let's say I'm going to speak now. Let's say my communication skills are better than some teacher. If you feel it's a communication is a skill, so learner should acquire that skill from me. Students should acquire a communication or presentation skill from a teacher. Knowledge giving, knowledge acquisition is a primary aim, primary motive. So new knowledge giving, we all the teachers do. But through their laboratory or theories teaching, do they typically laboratory pass on the skills? No problem. Because laboratory is hands-on, hands-on means skills, no problem. But in theory teaching also, do we really pass on the skills? Do we pass on analytical, mathematical solving kind of stuff to the students? Do we do that? Do we deliver them presentation skill, communication skill, the way we speak English, the way we stand on platform? That's the skill. And new attitude. Remember that. So at the end of every learning session, we are delivering knowledge. We are meant to deliver skills, and we are also going to train the students for attitude. Attitude is behavior. Through teachers' attitude, teachers' ego, teachers' behavior on the platform for that 1 hour, students also learn a lot. Okay, so behavior, attitude of student, teacher in the class matters for the students also. So KSA, this is the short form. I have highlighted that with different color. Knowledge, skill, attitude or behavior is a goal of every learning session. Okay, teacher should deliver, learner should grasp. And this happens through, this should happen throughout the teaching, learning, assessment. Okay, so I'll be talking of many triplets over here. The first triplet was teaching, learning, assessment, teaching, learning, evaluation. Assessment goes along with the evaluation. Okay, next triplet is knowledge, skill, attitude or knowledge, skill, behavior. Okay, through curriculum design and delivery, that means through teaching, learning, assessment process, the learner should take from teachers. What? They should take from teachers knowledge. Generally, teachers are going to be delivering knowledge successfully. That is the aim. Every teacher doesn't have to deliver some knowledge, but do we deliver some skills? Skills can be easily delivered in laboratory, but even in the theory session, do we deliver skills? Attitude is something which is non-tangible, typically not measurable. Okay, which kind of sanskar will students learn from the teacher? That cannot be tangibly measured many times. Okay, so attitude, skills and knowledge, KSA, is something when we deliver the curriculum in every session, in all the 40 theory lectures of mine, in all the 20 laboratory sessions of mine, do I really deliver knowledge, skill, attitude? And see, this should go as a capsule. So when I want to improve my teaching, I want to improve my knowledge delivery, skill delivery and attitudinal delivery in my teaching. I have to imbibe that, right? Everything happens through TLA. Understand, no? So goals of learning is delivery of knowledge, skills and attitude. This can happen through teaching, learning and assessment. Coming to some philosophical thoughts of mine. Okay, education, what, why, how? Because the total this thing is innovation, teaching, learning process, education. Let us think of education. What does education do for an individual, for a human being? What does education do? Animals don't have any formal education, right? Animal kingdom, human being sits on the top of animal kingdom. We are also animal, but we have got a wisdom, buddhi hai apnala, right? There's a lot of wisdom which we have acquired. Nature or God has given us that wisdom or the way we think. Education, formal, let's say, or informal also. From parents we learn, from our siblings we learn, from relatives we learn, from friends we learn, and our formal education starts from our schooling. We have pre-KG and then KG and then primary education. There is a formal thing for primary education, secondary education, 5th to 8, 9 to 10, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then we have our tertiary education starts, higher education starts. technical education start, whatever. So formal, informal. Informal means nature teaches us, relatives teachers, parents teachers, friends teachers, brothers, sisters teachers, all that is informal teaching, informal learning, which comes from experiences. It's an experiential learning. As formal is through education. We go to college, we go to school, and then that starts. Okay. Any kind of education is intended. It has objective of enlightening mind. Okay. Mind is a unseen organ of the human heart. Is it not? Where does mind exist? Man kute asta, don't know. So my mind exists everywhere. Humans are humans because we have minds. Okay. And minds is certainly a feeling-based organ, which is invisible, unseen organ. Education is targeting, must target on enlightening mind. Okay. All big education is big leaders, thought leaders, philosophers. They see to it that education enlightens mind always. It enriches hearts. Heart is a physical, biological organ, is it not? So mind, heart, generally we misinterpret them, they are together, but mind exists everywhere in the body, right? Heart is a physical organ, biological organ. It should enrich, education should enrich the heart. It should ever stimulate the brain. Instigation of brain, stimulus to the brain should be always given by education. Okay, education should make brains instigated, brains inquisitive about the new knowledge and all. Okay, so it should be brain stimulating, it should be heart enriching, and it should be mind enlightening. That is the education. Education should aim at that, it should target at that. But today education means education provides work for hands, is it not? It provides work for hands, certainly, and it ensures well-being. In India, we are a very densely populated country, number 2 in the world, 135, 140 crores. We look at education to be a mean to provide work for hands and therefore to ensure well-being. Okay, it should be the way to keep hand to mouth, to earn my bread and butter, to earn my pitla bhakri, I can say. So I should really go for some work, and that work is given for my hands by education. Okay, so enlightening mind, enriching heart, ever stimulating brain, all is right. It's all philosophy. But materialistic way, realistic way, it should provide work for my hand and should ensure well-being. It should earn something from me tangibly. Okay, earning should be there. And then I should earn my bread and butter. That must happen. Okay. Education helps transform the raw individual. The more abstract target of education should be a raw individual, a raw child, a raw student should be converted to. Transformation is above conversion. Is it not? Transformation is always within. Right? Conversion is something which is surface, but transformation is from within. A raw individual should be converted to a cultured individual. Samskruti, right? I should see to it that animals are not cultured. We claim that, right? Human beings should be ethically cultured always. They should be responsible. Is it not? They should take all responsibility on their own. They should be accountable. Accountable to whom? Everybody. Accountable to near and dear ones, accountable to profession, accountable to boss, accountable to institute, accountable to society, accountable to state, accountable to country, accountable to globe. Is it not? So I have to transform the individual into a cultured, responsible, accountable human being. That must happen because of education. Uneducated individual will always remain raw. Educated individual will be a cultured individual, responsible individual, accountable individual. Okay, with civic sense. We have to convert them to a citizen, good citizen, who is worth of living in the society. Okay, animals cannot live in society. Can they? Can lion live in society? No, because lion is not expected to have a civic sense. We have civic sense, we have societal sense, and now global sense. We are global citizens, right? We have to see to it that education can transform the raw individual into cultured, responsible, accountable human being with tremendous civic sense, tremendous societal sense, and now global sense also. That's the way. That is another definition of education. I all taken this from many good philosophers. As I already said, education can be categorized as formal, informal. Formal is the school and college education, wherein we go and then we learn something formally. Informal is all from nature, from God, whatever like, okay, and from so many parents and siblings, and that I already said. Primary, secondary, tertiary, you know that school is primary, secondary also is school, then we have college education, tertiary and higher and technical and so on. Education can also be said like for masses versus classes. Okay, masses education, government has started primary education by mass education. So their all focus goes on primary education. all children in the country should be educated, at least for school. So school education is free. And up to 12th, everything is free education. Many countries in the world, they go for a free school education and they charge heavy fees for higher education. Higher education is by choice. School education is it's mandatory, right? So masses education is typically school education for masses, okay? Whereas classes, some students can make a choice after 12th where to go, whether to go to technical education, engineering education, science education, commerce, arts, we have a choice. So the class is getting identified, okay? Masses means liberal education, mandatory education, classes means by choice, always. I can also say, I can attach another meaning or connotation to classes. I can say class, I can classify the learners based on their IQ. Students who cannot crack JEE Advanced should be happy with JEE Mains. Students who even are not able to crack JEE Mains, they should be able to crack CET at the state level only. Okay. Those who can't make state technical CET, they have to go for other like commerce and arts kind of approach. Let's say, okay, there is no intention of mine to underrate any kind of branch or discipline of education. But let's say this way also I can say I am Bangalore or Kolkata or Ahmedabad. Can any student dream or aspire? No. IIT Bombay, can any student dream or aspire? No. It is really a class education. Okay. So I can define education for masses, education for classes. Engineering education has become for masses. Even though we admit now the students of 40-45% percentage marks, and then we get frustration that these students, how to make them learned about engineering education. So even engineering education has now reached masses. We understand that, right? Haves or haves not. Okay. This is we say ho varga and nahi varga. Ahe re nahi re. So Marathi म्हणतात त्याला, right? Haves and haves not. Those who can afford education, those who cannot afford education, they cannot pay chargeable education. There will be haves and haves not. Okay, that's the way. And then there is a lot of we can say discount, lot of empowerment, lot of scholarship, lot many enablements, and so on and so forth. Right? Then that comes from government, from many NGOs, and therefore they can convert haves not into haves. We can empower the poor child to take education even higher. A lot of scholarships come from government. We have Rajarshi Shah scholarship, Samaj Kalyan scholarship, and so on. We can convert education from haves not to haves. Possible, right? But today education is really it's not a cheap kind of stuff. It is quite costly. COEP also charges a fees like let's say 90,000 for UG or 1 lakh for PG. It's a costly education. IIT Bombay charges 2.5 lakhs for UG education. It's a costly education, certainly. Okay. We should be more worried about want to do class and have to do class. Okay. There are certain students of ours. You must be all of your teachers. You must be experiencing that. There is a category of students in the class, in my class, who want to do education, right? No, and as somebody who have to do difference. There is a difference. Okay, somebody will take admission to engineering because their parents wanted it. They want to earn a good job, and therefore want to do is by choice. Have to do is by force, right? No, if there are more want to do students in the class, we are more lucky as teachers. So all my knowledge, skill, attitude training, it reaches those learners. They're anxious. They're always cooperative in learning. Have to do means their education is forced to them, right? No, therefore I cannot force them to learn. That's the way. And today we find many have to do kind of students in the class. Not many want to do. So in the all elite institutions, in COEP probably that percentage of want to do is more. So we can categorize institutes or organizations based on how many percentage of students are of want to do category, how many of our have to do category. That we can always make the classification possible, right? This all is the philosophy of education. What, why, how. Some more philosophy. So education WWH continues. Higher education. Technical education, engineering education is part of higher education, believe me, right? Higher education can be conventional, higher education can be further professional. We are part of, engineering colleges are part of professional education. Professional education managed by AICTE. We know that, right? Conventional education is typically arts, science, commerce. This is conventional education. Is it not? All of you know that. Again, I say my intention is not to hurt or undermine or underrate our conventional branches of education. Arts, science, commerce. No, it is unfortunately, it's a classification which prevails in India. Okay. Professional education means engineering, degree, diploma, both, architecture, pharmacy, law, medicine, all these are professional education. Okay. which earns immediately a profession to the student immediately after passing out. Whereas BA, BCom may not be earning a profession for the student who is passing out. That may not happen. So professional education earns a profession, a job for a student immediately. That could be the probably why it is term is professional. Both must target at imparting KSA. I have been telling you, right? Both education target is what? Imparting knowledge, imparting skills, imparting behavioral attitudinal development. Third is intangible, non-measurable. Knowledge, skills can be measured easily. Okay, I'll come to that. That is the aim of curriculum development. Conventional education more focuses on purpose of existence of individual as a social element. Okay, purpose of existence of individual as a social element. Let's say I'm learning Vedic culture. So I'm an art student. I'd want to do BA in Vedic culture, let's say, or MA in Vedic culture, or probably PhD in our old ancient Indian culture, let's say. Then what I'm interested in, why did I as a social element? Okay, so I'll find out, dig out into all that Indian culture, traditions and all, and then I'll see to it that my mind enlightens more. Conventional education, therefore, is more qualitative, more philosophical. It may not target at giving a profession to the learner. Okay, so it is more of philosophical, more insightful, more non-materialistic. Okay, therefore non-realistic also, right? The outcome is qualitative and philosophical. That's the aim of probably conventional education, right? I do not again blame or underrate any of the educational branch, okay? But that is something which is a classification. Whereas professional education more aims at wealthy means and tools for existence of individual social element. Okay, engineer can get immediate a job, so it can create wealth or money for me. So wealthy means and tools for existence of individual social element. So outcome is measurable and tangible, materialistic. Okay, that is just a thought, right? Nobody should say it's a airtight compartment or the line is very thin. Even a BCom graduate after becoming CA can get a job very nicely. Is it not? Or a BA statistics person get a job very easily. No issues at all. I'm not going to do like that. But philosophically, the conventional education is more of philosophical, non-materialistic. Outcome may not be measurable every time. Whereas professional education, the outcome is always tangible and measurable, materialistic, right? That is another education philosophy, I can always tell you. There was a gentleman, Bloom. Bloom was a philosopher, educationist and philosopher. All of you have heard now because I assume majority of engineering colleges in the country, they have surrendered or submitted themselves to outcome-based education, and NBA comes to them for accreditation. Okay, even if NAC comes, the Bloom gentleman is known to everybody. Okay, so Bloom was an educationist and academician and philosopher, education philosopher. He said, education can be divided into 3 domains. To deliver education to a learner means what? The teacher should be apprised. Teacher should be always knowing that there are 3 domains of education. Which are they? Something which should be handled by head or brain. Something should be handled by only hands. Something be handled by heart or mind. Okay. So I've shown 3 vertical streams over here. Head, my hand, heart. Head. There is an arrow downwards. We said head or brain is meant for intellectual skills. Okay. Intellectual skills. And that's a cognitive domain of education. Cognitive domain is we recognize something from the childhood. We are trained more for cognitive education. Cognitive, which is always we can learn, we can grasp, we can assimilate, we can digest. That is something which is cognitive. Okay. Cognitive domain education typically depends on our IQ. A sharper IQ human will get more of cognitive domain education. Okay. Sharper IQ means sharper brains. Okay. Sharper brains means the student is more made for cognitive domain education. Right. So there is something like psychometry analysis of human minds. So with that we can say which is more brain person or more hand person or more heart person, right? If the learner is more towards hand oriented personality, then he is more with the practical or hands-on skill. And these are known as psychomotor domain of education. Psychomotor is we have to move our hands. We have to move. Motor means move, right? There should be motion over there. And then psychomotor is something with hands. So person's orientation is towards hand skills, practical skills. His IQ could be less mattering now, but he has more skills in psychomotor domain of education, right? And the last is more unmeasurable, more qualitative, more philosophical, heart-driven education, behavioral attitude training, right? It is really affective domain. this domain affects human who's trained in affective domain can affect learner's life, right? So we can do like intellectual skills and practical skills can be always measured, can be acquired. Behavioral skills can also be acquired, no doubt. But behavioral skills generally deals with the feelings, emotions of the heart. It typically depends on nature of the person. Cannot be groomed. We always say nature cannot be changed, no? So how badalta hai itna hi. So behavioral skills, attitude skills, they typically depend on the heart-related affective domain education. Okay. More challenging is affective domain education. Less challenging is psychomotor and cognitive domain. Believe me, an engineering curriculum had been traditionally focusing on cognitive domain, focusing on psychomotor domain, unfortunately. And now, in the recent past, the world has started realizing that what more matters is the affective domain. Believe me, it is true. And therefore, even AICTE model curriculum now says that also focus, don't ignore or neglect the affective domain education, which is more focusing on hearts or minds education. Okay. And therefore, behavioral skills and attitude education. So teacher has also to educate. Institutes have also to educate their students for heart education, for affective domain education. We have been doing lot many laboratories and projects and so on. So psychomotor domain we take care of. Our curriculum takes care of psychomotor domain. Also, naturally, it is cognitive domain. All knowledge, all theory means cognitive. All IQ business is cognitive. All math, science, engineering core is cognitive. All labs, projects is psychomotor. Okay, but we had been ignoring, we had been not dealing with affective domain more. And now, therefore, world says, MIT, Stanford say, Carnegie Mellon says, Cambridge says, you have to also focus equally, they say equally, on behavioral skills and attitude, affective domain training. And this classification was given to us by Bloom. Bloom's taxonomy is very, very famous. Bloom's taxonomy is not the topic of today's session, so I will not be referring it to that, but at some other platform we'll do that. Okay, but we can divide education into how the students or learners absorb through brains or heads, through hands and through heart. Most tough job is heart training. Less tough is hands and head. Believe me. Okay. In cognitive domain, psychomotor domain skill training is easier. Okay. But the third domain is typically difficult. A curriculum which is balanced should take off everything. Heads education, hands education, hearts education. These three domains of education, they were formally defined by gentleman Bloom. We should thank Bloom for that. Okay. We thank Bloom for that. Certainly. Let's come to some figures and numbers and the facts. Okay, engineering education in the country, in India, Indian scenario, what is it? Huge. I said no. Engineering education now has become mass education. Mass education started in country in the state in 83. All of you know that, in Maharashtra. Prior to that, we had private colleges, private engineering colleges. We had privatization of engineering education in the country, and Karnataka started that. State of Karnataka started engineering education in private domain. Okay, private managements were given the empowerment of starting engineering colleges. That didn't happen in Maharashtra. Maharashtra, it is 83 onwards, we started privatization of engineering colleges. But we had IITs. IITs are temples of knowledge, we say. We regard them at the utmost institutes of national importance. They exist at apex of all the pyramid, I can say. Okay, engineering education stops at IITs in the country. We know that, right? There are 23 IITs. We had older 9, 10 IITs. 13 were added in the last 5-10 years, and then older IITs, new IITs, we have total 23, big number. Okay, as of now, every state has IIT, that's the policy. Okay, we had REC, Regional Engineering College, which are now converted to NITs. They are now National Institute of Technology, again institutes of national importance. IITs are the big institutes budget-wise also. They get the best intake quality of the students, you know that, right? JEE Advanced, and the biggest budget institutes in the country. IIT Bombay has 1,000 crores of budget. IIT Kharagpur 1,200 crores of budget, big budget also. Investment per student also is more there. Okay, then comes 30 NITs. NITs are poorer in budget. They are big than us, but they are poorer in budget, right? Compared to IITs. They get the tier 2 students. Then we have 25 triple ITs. Triple ITs is the new child, new brain child of maybe leaders, thought leaders. We had triple IT, older triple ITs were there, 4 or 5 older triple ITs were there. We have triple IT in every state. Okay, Indian Institute of Information Technology, we have everywhere. In Pune, we have in Nagpur, we have the PPP model. This is again a brand. Then Modi government created ISRS, Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research. It's a basic science education. We have only had II education. Now we have ISRS. 7 ISRs, okay, 3,400 plus engineering colleges. Oh ma, how many? Big number. Out of which only 200 colleges are autonomous. Okay, autonomous means academically autonomous, complete academic freedom they enjoy, and around 150 private universities. These numbers may change. Okay, in Maharashtra also we have private universities. Yeah, MIT now has become private university in Pune. We have DY Patil University. Many private universities are there in Maharashtra also. Private universities, right? But we have biggerly have here affiliation model. Out of 3,400 colleges, only 200 are, let's say, autonomous. 3,200 engineering colleges are affiliated to some university. So now we have all the colleges in Pune University, or let's say Batu, or Marathwada University, Ambedkar University, and so on, Nagpur University, and so on, right? We more have affiliation model. IITs, NITs, triple ITs, ISRs, all of them are born degree giving organization. Born means they are by birth they can give degrees. Okay, affiliation colleges, they cannot give degrees. Autonomous colleges, their degrees are stamped by university. That's all. Otherwise, all academics, all examinations they control, all curriculum they control, all KSA, TLA they control. Okay, but the degrees are still stamped by affiliating university. That's the way. We have many regulatory authorities. We say bosses to us. UGC, the most apex body, University Grants Commission. AICTE for engineering, we also know it is the apex body for us. They are all regulatory authorities, right? Affiliating university, SPPU in our case, and finally state government, the DT, Mantralaya and all. They are regulatory. And then in the new education policy, National Environment 2020, they are saying regulatory authorities should be not be regulated. They should be facilitating authorities. Okay, they should not regulate and control. They should more be facilitating. That's the role in new education policy. But we know all of them. Then access, equity, inclusivity, where the principles of social justice, and then our constitution says education should be accessible to all. Equity should be maintained. Gender equity, race equity, religion equity, caste equity should be maintained. Inclusive. Inclusive means domains of knowledge should be inclusive. Science, arts, law, medicine, commerce, everything. It's an inclusive kind of stuff. Access, equity, inclusivity is a triangle on which our constitution is based, right? And they apply to higher education and its growth also. So education should be accessible. Even the rural Mofussil area students should get education. Okay. Equity, independent of race, caste, religion, gender, it should be available to everybody. Inclusive education. It should include all facets of education in a true sense, right? Initial focus was on gross enrollment ratio, GER. And because there was a focus on GER, post 80s, 1980s, there was big massification of engineering education. I said my focus will be engineering education. So the GER certainly improved. We had many mushrooming of engineering colleges and private universities in the country, and the gross enrollment ratio to engineering education improved a lot. We had many 12th standard going students who are converted to now engineering students. So GER improved a lot. That was the vision also. That was the focus also. But now, because of massification of engineering education, we have started getting, that's a mockery of the situation actually, that massification turned to swelling. Okay. And when swelling happens, then swelling is always, it is swelling, always needs some other treatment, right? Massification, if it goes with the swelling, no, then it happens to be a disease, right? And we have reached that stage now that our swelling has been converted to disease. We have started receiving low quality students, and then that all is going to affect the quality. And there is a balance which is to be made by teachers. I receive low quality students, I have to educate them and convert them to a professional graduate, professional engineer. That becomes a big challenge. Okay. Diversity on all fronts, therefore, quality of students intake. Oh man, that matters a lot. Okay. IIT Bombay, COEP don't receive same quality students. Or COEP and Vidya Pratishthan may not receive same quality students. That becomes a big challenge. And how to come down to the students' level, how to make them appraised about all the knowledge, skills, and behavior, that's a big challenge. Teachers' quality also differs. IIT Bombay teachers are not equivalent to COEP teachers, not equivalent to some other college teachers and so on. Their quality also differs, is it not? In COEP, you have many teachers who did their PhD from IIT Bombay or some other IIT. I have done it from, let's say, SPPU and COEP. So that quality, it's all matters, right? Individuals, how are they? Infrastructure, resources, everything, lot of diversity on all fronts in education. Remember, believe me, engineering education has all diversity, right? This is Indian scenario. And what matters a lot is a mindset. Mindset of learners is different. Mindsets of managements are different. Mindset of governing bodies are different. Mindset of government is different. Mindset of learners is different. Mindset of teachers is different. All these mindsets have diversity, orthogonality. They don't align, and therefore quality education is not met. Certainly, we have to work together, remain aligned and polarized. Only that can happen. Coming to topic of the today for me, curriculum. Okay. So I said that quality in the engineering education can be brought. One hope is curriculum. Okay, that's the only tool for teaching learning process. So let us not be more philosophical and more trouble our brain and head. Let's focus on curriculum. We have teachers, poor teachers have curriculum in their hand, and they can see to it that they ethically, honestly teach that. And through curriculum, we can really make a change. Let it be incremental change, but we can make the change. Quality of imparted engineering education is primarily dependent and decided by teaching, learning, evaluation. Right now I said you TLE, teachers teach, learners learn, and examination is an integrated part of teaching, learning. Rather we say in India, our scenario is that students are more afraid of, they can be more scared because of examination than teaching, learning. Is it not? The toughest JEE Advanced is toughest exam. So we prepare students for that toughest exam. CA, Chartered Account, is the toughest exam. So independent of whether teachers teach or not, students prepare. Is it not? Students are afraid of examination. Believe me, they're afraid of examination. All UPSC, MPSC, IAS, IAS, CA, JEE Advanced, JEE Mains, CET. That's all exam-oriented training also we have to do. Students are afraid of examination. Okay? How much they learn, how much they teach, how much we teach and how much they learn. Quantified, the success lies in examination. Therefore, examination is very, very crucial component in TLE. But TLE in short depends on curriculum design, curriculum delivery, and curriculum's examination naturally. Okay. So again CDD, curriculum design and development. That's the acronym I made. Curriculum design and development. Okay. Curriculum design and development. All of us, believe me, whether you are affiliated college, you don't represent in board of studies, you are not autonomous, you are not university, still every teacher has the courage and right to invent, to innovate on his own curriculum design. Okay, that's a right, that is responsibility. I'll tell you how to innovate, even though you are affiliated college, how a teacher can innovate on design of curriculum. Delivery is completely purview of a teacher. How to deliver, and you can simply innovate on delivery. Simply innovate. Okay, it is left, God and nature have left it to you. How individually evolve and sharpen yourself to deliver the content. Okay, that is completely your prerogative. You should also do. You should only do that. Nobody. You are totally autonomous and free, liberalized to take that call. How much delivery I should go up to, right? So I have used so many acronyms. No, KSA, knowledge, skill, attitude. Teacher has to impart to the student. Teaching, learning, assessment. It's a total focus of the education. And curriculum design, delivery, duty of a teacher. Right now. So CD and D, KSA, TLA. Education for us means these three. I want to simply impress on your mind and brain that education for us, for engineering teachers, is what? Knowledge, skill, attitude, knowledge, skill, behavior, teaching, learning, assessment, teaching, learning, evaluation, curriculum, design, delivery, and assessment. Okay, all triplets. Okay, and therefore education is equivalent to all these three. So if you at the end of the session, if I wanted to ask you the question, I would certainly ask. Three takeaways are KSA, TLA, CD, and D. This is the education for me, right? For a teacher, this is the education. To TLA, we deliver knowledge, skill, attitude. Okay, and knowledge means, or generally we see it like this. Knowledge means theory. Knowledge students acquire from theory. They acquire skills from laboratory, and behavioral attitude training we take. Now we can formally train them through the courses like professional ethics, probably human psychology, probably industrial management, probably finance or economics, and English communication language, presentation skill, group discussions. All this is attitudinal behavioral training. Okay, and teaching learning process, curriculum design and delivery. I'll use this acronym short form CD and D. What and how? What is CD and D? Curriculum design and delivery. Okay, curriculum design I'll take in on priority now. Delivery is individual teacher's purview or prerogative. What is curriculum design delivery? It's an inclusive process to be executed with tremendous responsibility and accountability. By the way, who does the job of curriculum design? There is a board of studies. Right now, all of you know board of studies. Board of studies at university, board of studies in autonomous college or private university, anywhere. The entity known as board of studies, authority body known as board of studies, who does the job of curriculum design. Okay, but curriculum delivery, it is individual teacher. So curriculum design delivery is an inclusive process to be executed. Teacher has to do it with tremendous responsibility, tremendous accountability. We are accountable to everybody. To whom? To the learner on priority, then his parents, then to institute, then to HOD, then to director, principal, into organization, into my payer, to my management, everybody. I'm accountable to my society, to my country. Okay. What is curriculum design delivery? It's an outcome of deep philosophy and mature thought process of experts. Believe me, curriculum design is a very, very complex problem. I have defined it in the next slide. It is all out of my experience that I'm going to quote this. It's an outcome of deep philosophy and very, very mature thought process of some domain experts. Board of studies comprises of certainly domain experts. They brainstorm, they discuss, deliberate like anything, and out of their deep philosophy, thinking process and mature curriculum design is an outcome. It appears to the world. Okay, nearly outcomes are visible. Okay, what is another definition? It's a very systematic and scientific problem to be attempted with caution and care. Why do I say like this? Because some older obsolete courses have to be dropped. Some new courses as per trends of technology are to be introduced. Okay, what to drop, what to introduce is a scientific problem. Is it not? Very systematic problem. It is to be attempted with caution and care. Which, and I'd say I have to design curriculum for next 5 years. Is it not? So what are the sunrise technologies based on which courses I have to introduce? That is with caution and care I have to do it. Which students will like, which students will not like, how much they can digest, all I have to do. How can I do thin line balance? Okay. And ultimately curriculum design ends at a document. And that document at COEP, it's my personal opinion also, that document is not the curriculum structure. It's a document with the sanctity which nobody should upset or disturb. Okay. That is the outcome of curriculum design process. Okay. That happens. What is the process? Process is like this. Sorry, there is a. What are driving factors and challenges? All are orthogonal challenges and driving factors. Okay. Today we believe that engineering curriculum should be domain and branch specific. ENTC, computer, IT, mechanical, production, instrumentation, industrial, whatever. Okay. It should be simultaneously domain or branch specific, but it should have a strong interdisciplinary component. Today people say, education is say that boundaries between engineering branches are collapsing. It's a boundary-less education. Mechanical overlaps with electronics, electronics overlaps with computer, computer overlaps with IT, IT overlaps with instrumentation, and so on and so forth. A lot of overlapping. So it should be strong interdisciplinary component over there. Every student should know data structures. Every student. Why? Because they should know data structure, let's say Python or C. Because all of them will be at some point of their profession, they will be programmers. They must know Python or C. All mechanical production also should know, right? That they must know one graphical programming language like MATLAB or Simulink or LabVIEW. They must know that, right? Because they will be at some point of their time, they'll be programmer. They'll be programming the application, the last problem they want to solve. They must be. All of them must have sound mathematical science knowledge. Must have. That also expects. Okay. So a lot of interdisciplinary content should come in, right? Every engineer today should know signals and systems, because signals are actually dealt with by even mechanical engineer. Vibration is a signal, right? No, vibration of engineer is a signal. Temperature is a signal ultimately. Everything happens in signal processing domain. So can we have mandatory courses? Therefore, that should be there. I say, what is curriculum design? What driving by thin but perfect balance among diversified courses? Okay, program core course, program elective course, open elective, psychology, philosophy, communication language, science component, maths component, project component, mini project component. These are all thin but perfect balance among diversified courses. Okay, that should be maintained. So it's quite a challenging problem, right? Alignment with pace of technology that we expect. As an engineering curriculum, technology becomes obsolete in every 3, 4, 5 years now. It was a decade's time, now becomes obsolete in 2 years only. I have to keep pace with the technology. I should not use or teach obsolete technology. Okay, technology is always for tomorrow. Engineering is always a foundation. Okay, we do not discriminate engineering and technology. We say technology courses should be founded upon a strong base And the strong base comes on science, maths, engineering, core. Okay. And then technology is the outcome of that. Learners' mindset and aspiration. I say no, today's all learners are next generation learners, all smart boys, all have born after 2002. This is millennial children, we can say. And they're very, very smart learners. Their mindset are different. Online things are available. At our times, we only had books and we have to believe on books in library, hard copies, print copies, and our teachers. Today, information is at their fingertips. Student mindset are tremendously changed. All you being teachers must be experiencing it, right? Then we have teachers learning curves. Do we learn with the same speed? Our learning rates, are they matching with the technology pace? That also is different. Framework by regulatory authorities, AICTE, UGC, state government, they keep on thrusting so many frameworks on the tight, flexible, loose, so many rules and regulations, they keep on thrusting on us. University, and we have to comply with that. More important is employability of the students today, placements, employments for them. For that, what is their acceptance from industry or corporate? Our end customers for our students are industry corporate. So their expectations we want to take into account, right? No? But only employability is not the motive of engineering education. We can also prepare our learners for opportunities for MS, opportunity for MTech, opportunities and MBA, is it not? They should also become incubators. They should also become entrepreneurs. They should be self-employed. They can go for startup. All these choices of career today are available. Okay, not the only placement on campus or off campus, but in higher education, entrepreneurship, startups, every opportunity is available. Okay, we have to prepare the learners for that. And curriculum should take into account all this. Curriculum design should take into account all this. So, and today's employers, industry, corporate, they expect learners should be globally competent because they're global citizens now, but they should be locally relevant. Completely orthogonal kind of requirement. They should be globally competent. I have to convert my student to globally competent kind of an engineer. Okay, and locally relevant, right? We should not lose local relevance. At the same time, we should convert them to globally competent engineer. That must happen. Okay. And OB, outcome-based education today in engineering education, is a OB philosophy is a major driving factor. OB says that every program, ENTC, computer, IT, should have some program education objectives. Okay, which so ENTC program in COEP is not similar to ENTC program in IIT Kharagpur. Objectives are different. IIT Kharagpur wants to groom the student for the research abilities. COEP wants to make them more for core jobs or let's say entrepreneurship. Our objectives of existence of program would be different. So PEOs are therefore naturally institute specific. Okay. And OB has defined program outcomes. Program outcomes are frozen. It is independent of institute, independent of learner, independent of teacher. At the end of the program of ENTC or at the end of program of computer science or at the end of program of IT or instrumentation or mechanical, every engineering graduate must have these attributes, must have these characteristics. What are they? They should be sound in engineering knowledge. Okay, generally engineering knowledge we impart. Believe in me, teachers impart engineering knowledge. Engineering knowledge means math, science, engineering knowledge, where they can be made sound of it. Okay, problem analysis. Engineers by virtue of their definition are problem solvers. Okay, they have to produce solutions to the problem. And those two also complex problems. Okay, that's the true definition of engineer. Engineer is an individual person who solves complex problems. That's the meaning of it. So they should know before solution providing, you have to analyze the problem. So there should be skill of problem analysis. And worldwide it is believed that problem analysis skill, analytical skills in student can come from foundation knowledge in science and maths, more of maths. So maths therefore happens to be very, very important for engineering students, right? Design development of solutions. They must develop solutions. No? I already said to you. Okay. So design development of solutions, naturally. They should investigate. Research attitude should be imbibed. Investigation is research, exploration, digging into the problem. Okay. They should do that. And for development of solution, they must have modern tool usage. They should know MATLAB, Scilab, Octave, LabVIEW. They must know, right? No, these are all tools. So modern tools, laboratory tools, they should use to provide a solution to the problem, right? They should have research attitude, sound knowledge, good skills. So tool means skills. Research means problem analysis and investigation. Knowledge means knowledge. So knowledge, skill, attitude, all of them are there. But more out of these are only 5, but they should be socially responsible engineers. what comes with behavioral attitude. They should be environmentally sensitive engineers. They should always target at sustainable development. So they must see to it that when students leave the classroom, they should turn off fans and lights. So they are sensitive for electricity consumption. Okay, they should see to it that rainwater harvesting is done. They should not smoke on campus. Okay, all this is for sustainable development of the campus. They should honor that the solar panels are installed on campus, right? Rainwater harvesting installed. There should be environmentally and sustainable development kind of campuses. All the students should probably appreciate that. Ethical human being, most tough part. Ethics cannot be measured, right? We nowadays have all universities on we have a course on professional ethics that is meant for grooming the students to be ethical professional. Very difficult to measure anyway. Individuals, as an individual, they are good, no problem. But individuals do not work alone. They have to work in team. So how much they can gel with the team? Team of peers, team with the boss, team with the leader. That's all, right? So teamwork. We should groom the student for teamwork also. The program outcomes actually drive the curriculum very much today, right? They should know project management skills, finance skills. Every engineer must know finance. Our chairman, Pratap Rao Pawar, he is very dear to us. He always says, I'm less engineer. He's a BITS Pilani graduate in his days, right? But he's a successful entrepreneur, businessman. So he says engineers should have less knowledge of domain, but more knowledge of project management and finance. Success of the business or enterprise depends on more knowledge of project management and the finance knowledge. Okay. So he insists always. Before even he was not knowing formally whether program outcomes has that component or not. But by experience, he always says us that project management and finance should be integral component of curriculum. We have to see to it that all these program outcomes and graduate attributes we attain through curriculum. Okay. And these are also the major guiding force for curriculum design and curriculum delivery. And the ultimate aim of education is what? Convert learner into lifelong learner. They should learn on their own. Self-learning, lifelong learning is a skill which you have to imbibe. So see, teacher's job are maybe multi-dimensional. Okay. And curriculum should encompass all these 12 outcomes. All. Believe me. Engineering knowledge comes from science, maths, and engineering courses. Okay. Problem analysis, design, development of solution, investigation, modern tool research. All this comes from research-oriented courses. All engineering, science, maths, but believe me, okay? All lab courses, all project courses, they are covered in these 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? Knowledge typically correlates with the theory courses, all. And believe me, all these 7, engineering, society, environment, sustainability, ethics, individual teamwork, all these come from behavioral courses. Okay, communication skill, professional ethics course, and then English and group discussion, GD course, seminar course, that way. Okay, then the environmental sciences course, is it not sustainable development course? All these courses they come, industrial psychology, human psychology, all that, social sciences, humanities, etc. All is covered in 7 things over here, 7 program outcomes over here. Regulatory framework. In India, we have a very tight regulatory framework. So UGC gives some guidelines, general guidelines. They were all UGC AICTE are part of MHRD. MHRD gracefully it is renamed as Ministry of Education. Just a couple of months back, it was converted. HRD, Human Resource Development Ministry, is now retitled as Ministry of Education. Good. NEP told that. NEP 2020 so said that they have to first convert the name of MHRD to it's now MOE, Ministry of Education. And UGC AICTE still exists. UGC is generally for higher education. They give general guidance. For us, everything is AICTE. AICTE is the apex regulatory body. It is more of converting its face to now facilitating authority. It's more facilitated also. And AICTE also tries to give us model curriculum. I'm going to talk on that as a case study. Then another guiding force comes from IEEE. IEEE is for us, for electrical domain, it's an institution of electrical electronics engineers worldwide. And they also tell you technology trends, sunrise technology areas, roadmap of technological development. ACM is same for computer machinery, computers. CSI is the Indian Body of Computer Science. IEI is Engineering Society, IEI, Institution of Engineers in India. Okay. All of these professional bodies, no, they also keep on telling us about what are the technology trends. So we have to keep reference of them while designing curriculum. Okay. In India, we have industry bodies like CII, Confederation of Indian Industries. FICCI is there, Federation of Indian Commerce Industries, and so on. They also give some guidelines that this is a technology roadmap and you should frame your curriculum according to industry requirement. So they give us. Actually, affiliating university, we have, because 3,200 colleges still affiliated to university. So they are the ultimate authorities to deliver the curriculum, right? They give you the curriculum to be delivered. Okay, they give you, they confer upon you, they are actually force upon you. Autonomous colleges and universities, university departments are autonomous, liberalized, they are free to design their own curriculum. Whereas for all affiliated institutes, university gives you curriculum, right? And NBA, NAC, they also not issue. POs are given by whom to you? NBA. Okay. So NBA says you design curriculum to map with all those POs. Accreditation of TLE processes is for you. These are all authority bodies. Regulatory framework is like this in India. Okay. And while designing curriculum, you have to refer every offer doing towards these things and so on. CD&D process is very systematic. It's a flow chart given a very, very systematic, very scientific but complex problem. We first should collect, Board of Studies should first collect needs and aspirations of stakeholders and technology trends. They must collect needs and aspirations of stakeholders, and they should look at technology. Who are stakeholders? Basically teachers and learners and industry corporate employees, that they must do, right? Needs and their aspirations. Also, we should look at technological trends. How do we grasp it? There could be survey, there could be sensory organs of my, let's say I'm a senior person, I have interest in designing curriculum, then my sensory organs are always live. And then I take this thing and technology trends, I know, because I keep myself updated with technology and I see to it that I talk with the students, talk with teachers, and needs and aspirations of stakeholders are taken into account. Once I survey something, I collect a lot of data, I collect a lot of feedbacks and inputs, I analyze such needs and aspirations. Okay, it's purely a scientific data analysis problem. Okay, we may have been doing it informally, but this is a process of curriculum development, believe me. Then after I analyze, I design, naturally. So I design and develop a structure, a curriculum structure table. All of you are very much acquainted with a curriculum structure table, which university gives us, or in autonomous college, we design our own curriculum structure. Okay, typically. And then once the curriculum structure is given, what is curriculum structure? Course name, course type, teaching scheme, examination scheme. That's the curriculum structure. Okay, semester wise we move, and then we have name of the course, type of the course, it is core course, etc., elective course, lab course. That type we give. We have teaching scheme, whether how many lectures, how many tutors, how many lab practices, how many hours of lab, so on and so forth. How many marks of examination, how much continuous evaluation, in same, and so that is development design of a structure. Okay, you have to stick to that structure. And then detailing of course by syllabi. Once course name is with me, course title is frozen, I can go for syllabus. Syllabus is with the course. Okay, curriculum is a upper entity. At abstraction level, it is the upper entity. We say curriculum structure. Okay, syllabus I have to attach or associate with the course, naturally. Course means subject for me, right? So it's a course wise syllabi detailing. This can be a teacher's job, and then we implement. How do we implement? Deliver the content through teaching learning, and then we examine the student assessment, right? After that, we understand teacher delivers the content. Oh no, there is no this topic in the curriculum, right? I wanted this topic. It could have been, I want to delete this topic. I want to refine this topic. All teacher, it's a teacher's purview. So teacher will decide, I have to go little beyond, cut it, cut short it, modify it, extend the scope, delete it, whatever you want to do. So while delivering content, while examining also, this topic was tough for student cannot cope up with that. This topic was quite light, all students could attempt it. I take all that feedback in implementation. Review, keep on taking feedback, and again go for needs and aspirations of teachers and students. So process is closed loop. This we do. Therefore, for curriculum design, there is a frequency, there is a cycle. Every 4 or 5 years, we must devise, we must design, we must revisit, and then review and have new curriculum in place. That must happen. And this process is a continuous process that goes on. Very, very scientific, very, very systematic. Okay. And this flow chart should continue. Every 4 years, we must revise our new curriculum. So curriculum should design every 4 years. Okay. In COAP, you do that. That's the way. Process is like this. Domain-wise teams of teachers should come to it. It's an ideal process. In University of Pune, we have been doing it. We have Board of Studies workshops conducted for branches at various places. We have been doing it in SPPU. Okay. Even in autonomous colleges, we are doing it now department-wise. So domain-wise teams of teachers should come together. Signals and systems, signal processing, image processing, video processing. Okay, maths, linear algebra, differential equations, calculus, vector algebra, then probability math, all of them should come together. Okay, mechanical, thermal, heat power, all of them should come together. Domain-wise teachers should come together, right? All psychology, social sciences teacher, all language teacher come together. And they, out of them, some senior, some more wisdom-based teacher, they form board of studies, branch-wise, right? Board of studies is a entirely empowered entity to design the curriculum structure and syllabus, right? They are the totally empowered entity, unit, which does that branch-wise. They all report their curricula to Faculty of Engineering and Technology. Now, in university, we know it's a Faculty of Engineering Technology. In autonomous colleges, we don't have this Faculty of Engineering Technology. Board of Studies directly report to Academic Council or Senate. Then COEP being autonomous college, we are Academic Council. IIT is United States is the Academic Council. Okay. In university also we are Academic Council, but it's an in-between body known as Faculty of Engineering because there are multiple faculties over there. Therefore, okay. So our Board of Studies reports or submits their curriculum structure and syllabus to Faculty of Engineering Technology. Then we have all faculties representing in Academic Council. Okay. Faculty of Law, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Commerce, Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Engineering, all of them together represent the Academic Council and they approve. As the hierarchy goes, more of approval. But all the hard work is done by whom? Board of Studies, right? After that, they submit it to university. University or autonomous college publish and disseminate is again distribution, right? Publish the curriculum on the website, in the print copy, etc., etc. Okay. That will keep on going, and this is again a closed loop process. That's a process, okay? Attributes are of good curriculum. I'll take 2 slides and then stop for a break. What are attributes of quality, good, best curriculum? What is? Okay. It should be learner-centric. Certainly because learner has to learn the curriculum, right? It must be student-centric curriculum, must be, okay? It must be futuristic. Vision-based it should be. Machine learning, IoT, and artificial intelligence, everything is tomorrow's technology. Industry 4.0, industry next, whatever. Okay, roadmap is with you. So future, you must dream for the future, futuristic, but at the same time pragmatic, same time realistic. If I cannot teach the course and have a lab of it today, why to include it now? Okay, so futuristic, pragmatic, realistic, and something of today and something of tomorrow. I have to unite them intelligently, very judiciously. Right? But it must be learner-centric, student-centric. That is requirement of a curriculum. Okay? Many of the IITs, they fail in making the curriculum learner-centric. But we should be. Okay? They are all teacher-centric curricula. We should not be like that. Enabling teachers and teacher-enabled. Enabling teacher means all the courses should be such that they should cover the total spectrum of teachers. Some teachers like analytical mathematical courses. Some teachers like more of block schematic oriented subjects. Some teachers like philosophical courses. Some teachers like skill-based courses. So enabling teachers, interest should be created in teachers to teach that course. Okay, we are diversified human beings with us. So looking at interest of teachers, the courses should excite them to take learning assignment. That's the way. And teacher enabled, learner centric but teacher enabled. Believe me, teacher enabled curriculum is best success. So teacher enabled, I should. If I taken a course on electromagnetic engineering, a tough course in AITC, then I should enable my students to learn that course. That's the meaning of it, right? Encouraging innovations in pedagogy. Pedagogy is a new term for us. Delivery. How to deliver in classroom. It's a pedagogy. It's a science of delivering, right? Delivering in class. So encouraging innovations of courses. Syllabus should be such that it should encourage novelty. Not only traditional chalk and talk method on blackboard and white chalk. No. It should also enable that the presentation is made, some kind of active learning, and so many models of learning are there. Okay, challenging to deliver, but easy to assimilate. What is challenging to deliver? I should not take always the, I can say, easiest course. So for teachers, it should be challenged to deliver, because I know learning curves of teachers should be made ever sharp. We should change our course every 3 years. Must happen. Okay, and then it should challenge you. I should always take a challenge of learning new course and delivering a new course. Challenging to deliver. Tough course I should take as a teacher, but easy to assimilate. Assimilation is compilation. compilation of knowledge information should be easy for me. Then I can deliver with confidence. Teacher enabling I can do when it's easy to assimilate, right? So it is all attributes of quality curriculum. Challenging to deliver, but easy to compile, easy to collate, easy to grasp the information and then deliver. Okay. It naturally should be welcomed by industry and corporate. It must happen because they are the ultimate customers, ensuring good job prospects, opportunities in higher education, research, entrepreneurship. Okay. All their openings of careers for my students. So all of them should ensure that students get good job or they get at least one career path in higher education, research or entrepreneurship. That must happen. And it is again globally acceptable curriculum is good curriculum. It should be locally relevant. It is attributes of quality curriculum. That must happen. Curriculum structure, terms and terminologies. Now you are teachers, you must be reading many curriculum structures, and then you should be knowing that this curriculum structure, these many acronyms, short forms, there are many variety of courses. Okay, the term subject is now outdated. What teacher teaches and student is the course, not the subject. So hereafter you should not use the term subject, you should use the term course. What we teach is course, what students learn is course. Okay, and courses are of various categories. Theory course, lab course, core course, elective course, seminar course, project course, internship is a course. All are types of courses, believe me. Okay. So I can have many classes and categories of courses like this. Theory, lab, core, elective, seminar, project, internship. And many of the kind, right? Humanities course, social science course, and the acronym, short forms. PCC. Nowadays, more or less, these short forms are frozen because AICTE says that, so we also do that. PCC is what? It's a program core course. Okay. Every domain, ENTC, IT, computer, some subjects, some 10-15 courses must be learned as a program core. It stands for, it reflects the complete domain of that program. ENTC domain means signal system must be there, electromagnetic waves must be there, digital communication must be there. Some courses, they stand for the program. Okay. That is program core. Basic science courses must be there. Chemistry must be there, physics must be there, engineering, biology must be there, and so on and so forth. Okay. Then the engineering science course, programming must be there, drawing must be there, computer graphics must be there, signal system must be there. There are some courses which are, let's say, strength of material must be there, engineering science courses, foundation courses, principles of electrical electronics must be there. It's an engineering science course, actually mandatory for all of us. Lab course is there. Humanities, social science management, HSMC must be there, right? So MLC is mandatory learning, right? Constitution of India, environmental sciences, mandatory to be learned naturally. Okay, sustainable development, all these courses are mandatory learning courses. Believe me, every citizen, education should develop a citizen with civic sense, no? So mandatory learning was typically of developing civic sense, accountability, responsibility, etc. Mandatory learning. Now we have digested all such acronyms also. Okay. Every curriculum structure has a teaching scheme, LTP, lecture, theory, tutorial, practical, examination scheme, how much end-sem, how much in-sem, how much continuous, how many marks for lab, how many marks and credits for every course, like contact hours, and so on and so forth. We are habituated to learn this kind of stuff. Okay. Choice-based credit system is today's word, CBCS. They want to talk of credit system more. It has now become default standard in education. We should honor it, right? Then we have marks. We evaluate this one. They get marks. Marks can be easily converted to percentage. Percentage based on we have class. These are all in succession, one after the other. Okay. When we leave apart marks, percentage, class, we have jump. We have marks and grades. Marks we converted to grades. We don't have percentage and class. Autonomous campuses. Okay. Marks we converted to grades. Grades we convert to SGPA, CGPA, semester grade point average, accumulated average, right? Cumulative grade point average. This is some marriage of grades with credits of the course. We together make them together, and some calculation we do. We have a pointer system now. SGPA, CGPA, CPI sometimes, the index. Then we have toppers and ranks and etc. etc. We can discriminate learners into academically bright, academically weak, and so on and so forth. This we all know. Okay. Then we have graduation ceremony in autonomous colleges. We COEP cannot still award the degrees. Degrees still are stamped by SPPU. Okay. But we hold a graduation ceremony that is purview of autonomous colleges. Right. Convocation is degree awarding ceremony by universities. So COEP students will get two things. They get passing certificate in graduation ceremony. In convocation, they get a degree. Okay. So degree is the outcome of convocation ceremony. It's the end of the program, right? Program, education program ends at degree. And then if they are toppers and rankers, they'll get gold medals. That's the thing. So all terminology of curriculum structure are like this. Probably all of you know that. And therefore, I think we have to do like that. I'll stop here. AICTE model curriculum, engineering UG program released in January 2018. This is my case study 1. So we are going to have another 1.5 hours hereafter. This 12:05. I'll stop for 5 minutes. Okay. Organizers, I'll stop for 5 minutes now. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir.
We'll only take a short break of 5 minutes and rejoin.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Back. And then
Yes. We will have the questions answer session also
we'll
in the second session. Yes, sir. True.
Right?
Okay.
I'll
Yes.
stop sharing. I'll make this shared presentation. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Sure. Yes.
I'll join after.
We will stop for 10 minutes, sir.
10
You can
minutes.
take a break. Yeah. Participants also, please take the break of
So
10 minutes. Yeah. Thank
join
you
at-
so much, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, sir, please. Dear participants, we will have a photo, a common photo. I request all the participants to please start your camera. The participants, please switch on your camera so that we can capture your images for the attendance. We need these images to submit it to ISTE and AICTE. It is just a procedure. I request all the participants to start the camera. Yes, dear participants, we are unblocking the cameras of all the participants. Please just wait for some seconds. Okay, all the participants. Yes, thank you for staying connected. Please take a break for next 5 minutes. We'll meet again. Thank you so much.
Okay, should we start? Should we start? Hello. एक 10-15
Dear participants, we will resume the session. We have the same speaker, resource person, Dr. Mukul Sotone sir, and the topic is the same. It is a part 2. Please make sure that you are connected. All the participants are connected. Once again, I request Sotone sir to please start the session. Sir, please.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Sir, you are perfectly audible, sir.
Okay, okay.
Please continue. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we'll come to.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Please continue.
We'll discuss case study number 1, AICTE model curriculum, released in
Garaj nahi, madam.
UG program, and in January 2000 it was released. Now it is on
Break
the
लागतोच.
site, and it is a guideline which is to be followed or probably complied by all the affiliating universities as well as autonomous institutes. But believe that it is a guideline, and guideline doesn't mean that we have to strictly adhere to it, but we can really deviate as per our liberty and freedom and our own requirement, which are local requirement probably. So you can really tweak with that, refine it, or should not be used in but in spirit. That is my in general comment on this AICTE model curriculum. Let us discuss it with, but it's really a standard guideline. And we had in COEP various branch-wise experts who participated in this process of AICTE model curriculum for engineering UG program. So we are having opportunity to directly contribute to this national exercise, and therefore we had some say also. And probably our prior director, Professor Sasrabuddhe, is the chairman of AICTE. So because of his connection with us, we had this opportunity. So you'll find indirectly there was the impact of COEP curriculum structures on AICTE model curriculum also. But all the branch-wise leadership was chaired by IIT professors, and they really technically guided the team members, and that was the way this AICTE model curriculum was evolved. So let us have some salient features of this AICTE model curriculum. UG program, they have recommended it to be between 150 to 160 credits. Okay, all of you understand now that credits is a terminology. Credits is a concept now, which has to go countrywide. So it cannot be local now. We cannot only go for lectures, theory lectures and lab practicals and tutorials, 1 hour duration and so on. We have to talk in terms of the same language. So all the engineering programs should be taught in terms of credits. More credits means more student engagement. That's a simple logic. More credits for the program means those credits should be distributed across the semester. We have 8 semester program. So this 160 credits a lot for my curriculum. And this should be unevenly, not at all uniformly. Should be distributed across all the semesters. First year, 2 semesters, second year, 2 semesters. From semester 1 through 8, these credits should be unevenly distributed. Why do I stress unevenly? Because when the students join first year engineering program, they are new, and then therefore they should be slowly ramped up to the engineering program. So initially we should have 18, 19, 20 credits per semester. We should be really saturating towards third year. We assume that third year students are more mature, and second year should be progressively from 17, 19, 20 credits up to 25, 26 credits per semester. Again, we should damp them out as the students progress to 7th and 8th semester. Why? Because you have major project component at final year, also internships, also sponsored projects, and then students are also sitting for their placement, looking for their career opportunities. In that line, we should dilute the academic load. I do not say dilute the academic assignment, but dilute the academic load, the actual engagement of students with the campus. And with that intention, AICTE also recommends to reduce credit load in the final semester, let's say. Also, to begin with, students have to slowly ramp up. Therefore, they should have less credit. That's the way. So therefore, I emphasize that it should be uneven credit distribution from semester 1 through semester 8. That's the way. Okay. So it is 150 to 160 credit. We can really fine tune our curriculum between 150 to 160 credits. The structure can be fine tuned. PG program, 68 credits. I'm going to tell you the second case study of our own COEP. How did we deviate from these guidelines? I again say deviation is allowed. It should be local requirement, we should prevail and not directly the guideline. We should not adhere to the guideline in letters, but in spirit. That's the way. Okay. Then course category is more or less similar to COEP, SPPU. We have all those program core, program elective, open elective, humanities, social science management core, and so on and so forth, right? All those acronyms, which I showed you in the earlier slide, all of them are applicable. Course types, course classes, or course categories. I have a lab course, I have an internship course, etc., etc. That is there. More or less balanced distribution of credits and engagement among courses. MLCs with 0 credits. See, we did that practice in our 2015 curriculum iteration. All mandatory learning courses like Constitution of India, environmental sciences, okay, sustainable development, all such things which should be mandatorily learned were allotted 0 credits, right? 0 credit doesn't necessarily mean 0 examination. It can have some assignments, but not the traditional conventional examination. So MLC with 0 credits is a feature of AICTE model curriculum now. It was done in COEP in 2015 only. Mandatory induction program. This is the most salient feature of AICTE model curriculum because they intend to produce practicing engineers. Engineers who are problem solvers, and they should solve the problems of the society through their employers in industry and corporate. That's the intention. Okay. They probably might have thought of how for the massified engineering education, this induction program is feasible practically. They might have given the thought, but then the thought has now percolated down to institutes also. It's a big kind of worry and concern how to have internship of students in the industry. That could be probably the problem with the institutes typically in rural area. Okay. Induction program is learning some values, making students acclimatize, making students conversant with the campus. Okay. This was typically a feature of a residential campus like IIT. So when in IIT, in first 7, 8, 10, 15 days, they simply invest in roaming around the campus, knowing about different facilitation centers and so on and so forth. Okay. So this is about extra and co-curricular facilitations on campus. If the students want to get awareness about, then induction program is necessary. It also comprises now of imbibing some Indian values, Indian cultural traditional values. That's a content. Even AICTE was meticulous enough to define contents of induction program. Okay. And now this has become a practice which we should do as an orientation program backup for every first year entered batch. MOOCs. MOOCs we did, massive open online course we introduced in COEP in 2015 curriculum iteration. Now it has become integrated part of the AICTE curriculum. MOOCs is a online course which is to be self-learned by the student. Okay. on various online platforms, starting from NPTEL, indigenous platform, up to Coursera, edX, anything. Okay, Khan Academy. But then those all MOOCs should be mentored and proctored. They should be guided by the teachers of the course, and then they should be taken under some kind of supervision. Okay, some good titles of courses. See, AICTE Model Curriculum Committee branch-wise was certainly comprising of good experts across the country. So personally, I appreciate these titles and they are worth adopting in our own curriculum. COEP did that. And in 19, we revised the curriculum, we did that. Which are the good titles of courses worth adopting? Engineering, graphics and design. We have been conventionally titling this course engineering drawing. Okay, so it's a good thing. Engineering, graphics and design, it itself makes the sense that design could be CAD, computer-aided design. And graphics is probably a good word, good synonym of a word drawing. So that they have suggested. And then the engineering graphics design is a worth following, worth adopting title for drawing, which is a conventional kind of stuff. Programming for problem solving. We used to have a introduction or fundamentals of computer programming. That is used to be a conventional title. They are saying make it programming for problem solving. Okay, so we should have assignments which are problem oriented, problem centric, and this itself suggests that we should define a good problem for them. And don't do programming only to learn syntax, but to solve an application, right? So programming for problem solving happens to be really a good stuff. Okay, so that is something which they are telling. Workshop on manufacturing practices. We had mechanical workshop, which is production workshop rather. They said it's a workshop on manufacturing practices. Effective technical communication. We say English communication language. No, that is not the stuff, right? We should say it's an effective technical communication. Students should be able to speak technical language. We don't want to make them PhDs in English. That's not the thing, right? That should not create or say should know about the good synonyms or to say heavy word synonyms and their vocabulary should be strong. That I don't want. I want students to technically effectively communicate. So English is there, no doubt. But presentation communication skills are not only oral, not only verbal, but written also. Professional practice law ethics, that's a good kind of title they have evolved with. Even they're given the detailed syllabus. These are something which are worth adopting kind of a titles, which we should do. We did that in COEP also. When in 2019, we revised our curriculum. After 4 years, we revised our curriculum at structure level. 4 years. Why 4 years? Because one batch passes out from the campus. So the curriculum structure, which is applicable to a batch, let's say intern 1920, in the same curriculum applies up to 2023. Okay, that we do generally. For 4 years, the same structure applies. Another 4 years require feeding out the curriculum, is it not? So every 4 years we apply the new curriculum structure. Okay, in 2019 curriculum structure of COEP, we adopted all these good titles from AICTE curriculum directly. Honors minor with additional 20 credits. This was again a takeaway from good institutes. COEP did honors minors additional 20 credits only in 2015. Okay, and because our contributors were there in the curriculum design of AICTE, we suggested them, they adopted it, right? So it's a 160 basic credits plus 20 additional credits. I'll come to honor minor at the last. Okay, that is there. So to get a degree, how many credits must be minimum acquired by the student? 150 to 160 credits must be acquired by the student in his academic bank so that he becomes eligible for the award of the degree. For PGT 68. Okay. PG programs didn't have coursework in the third semester. PG program generally of 2 years, but in the third semester didn't have any coursework. Now AICTE suggests that there should be some coursework in third semester also. Otherwise, coursework used to spread in only semester 1-2. Now they have proposed to have the coursework in third semester also. We did that in COEP. Rate for dissertation reduced to 24. It's a 68 credit program, and credits for dissertation used to be almost 50%. Now it is reduced less than 50% now because the CGPA or CPI of the student used to be unnecessarily elevated because of dissertation. That undue weightage to dissertation they have proposed, suggested to reduce, and then therefore there should be true reflection in the CGPA of the theory coursework plus the dissertation, both. Okay, and then the title which we adopted is Research Methodology and IPR in PG. Okay, this title we adopted. These were good suggestions in the model curriculum of AICTE, and these features, some of them we have adopted. This is a pasted slide from their curriculum. What is definition of credit? I said credit means student engagement. Okay, credit certainly means student engagement, and therefore 1 hour of lecture, physical lecturing in classroom, 1 hour, okay, means 1 credit for theory class, right? Teacher engages 1 lecture, students earns 1 credit for that. So 3 credits session, 3 credits course means 3 hours assignment engagement. Okay, teacher takes assignment of 3 hours, student engages those lectures, attends those lectures for 3 hours. Okay, engagement, attendance, assignment, right? So 3 hours means 3 credits. That's the way, right? Tutorial is at par with the theory. So 1 hour of tutorial means 1 credit. Student earns 1 credit for attending 1 hour of tutorial. It is exactly, it's a half for practical. So 2 hours of practical presence means engagement from teacher, attendance from student is 1 credit. It is half for it. 1 hour practical we can certainly have, it will be 0.5 credit. This is definition of credit. So believe me, if number of credits assigned per semester is more, that means academic engagement and attendance between teachers and students is more. Is it not? And believe me again, worldwide, number of credits for the program are reducing. IIT Bombay is only 128 credits for full program. Okay, they have started believing that you give more time to the students per week, per month, per semester, per year. More time for students to digest, to assimilate his knowledge and produce on his own. Some innovation he will produce on his own. Give time for assimilation, give time for digestion, give time for something which is so it is time for them to require the topic, and therefore that is something which is less, right? More credit means if there are 200 credits for the PG program, like many South Indian universities, they have 200 credits. And then 200 credits means students are very, very engaged in classroom, in lab, on campus, right? Whereas world says, all MIT, Stanford, Cambridge say that you more liberalized student. Out of class also they learn. Out of lab also they learn. On their own they learn. So to convert them to self-learners and lifelong learners, you have to reduce formal credits of the program that is worldwide trained. Okay, in the breakup they are suggested: humanities, social science, management courses. Humanities, psychology, let's say social science, all this industrial psychology, and then management course and so on, right? Language, communication, all that goes in humanities. It is common term now, HSMC. So humanities, social science, management. All of them are non-technical courses, as you say, non-engineering, non-science, right? For them, out of 160, reserve 12 credits. Big, no? 12 credits could be 2. If I'm having 2 credit course, let's say, small course, mini course, I say, okay, there could be 6 courses to be spread over 6 semesters. I can have them naturally. So good weightage. 12 is a good weightage. Basic science courses. Science means applied chemistry, physics 1, physics 2, chemistry 1, chemistry 2, engineering, biology, biology for engineers, and all maths. Maths is the engineering, right? So all the basic science was 26, too large. That's almost double of humanity, social science, and management. Okay, so 26 is a big weightage actually. 26 courses means I can see to it that the 3 credit course I'm going to have, then around 9 courses I can have over here. Okay, big courses. Engineering foundation courses like drawing, thermodynamics, strength of material, signals and systems, data structures. Actually, it is a common pool of courses, or basics of electrical, basics of electronics, basics of computer, basics of mechanical, etc., etc. 29, bigger than this. Is it not bigger than this? So engineering science courses are which are fundamental courses required for all engineers to cover. Okay, and there is 29. Again, I can therefore accommodate about 10 courses over here. Every course is 3 credits. See, they also have given liberty to autonomous colleges and universities to decide credits for a course. I can have mini course known as 2 credits, right? 1 credit typically means 14 hours. Okay, so 3 credits means 42 hours of sessions, classroom sessions in a semester. Okay, so when you say 2 credit course means 28 hours of teaching. 1 credit course means 13-14 hours of teaching. That is the way also it's the academic engagement load which you have to show over there. Professional core is maximum stuff. Program core courses, which are standing for the program branch specific courses, they should be 47. Okay, biggest. So I can accommodate there from 47 means around 15-16 courses will go for this kind of stuff, right? So this 47-48 courses, 16 courses spread across 3rd, 4th. It will start from 2nd year, right? So for all the 6 semesters, we have what therefore 48 means 16 courses. So I can therefore take 3-4 courses in every semester, which are completely branch specific. Then we have program specific elective courses. 23. See, elective is a choice in the sunrise area of technology given to students. So at least 2 courses should be defined for every choice. Is it not? Elective courses, we have 23. They should be naturally standing for the upcoming technologies, and we should have give them the choice. But their professional electives are for the branch. Okay, for the branch. So in electronics, you have got signal processing vertical, you have got machine learning vertical, you have got communication vertical, we have VLSI embedded vertical. So I have got professional electives in those branch, right? They have got 23. So I can further accommodate over here around 8 elective courses. Huge encouragement for choice. This is choice-based credit system. Is it not? Choice-based credit is what? You have a choice to make among courses. Is it not? And that therefore you should give them big choice. Similarly, open electives are the courses taken from other branch. Is it not? A mechanical student want to learn machine learning from computer science. They should be able to take it. Okay, computer science today should really float an open elective course on AI, let's say. And then that AI should be taken by an instrumentation engineer, production engineer. Why not? Open elective is floated by a host department, parent department for other departments. That's the way. So fifth generation network, probably 5G networks, electronics department can float it for other departments. Why not? A mechanical can learn 5G network. It is open elective. Again, I can have to the tune of 4 courses over here. Again, I say per course, how many credits? It is a mini course of 14 hours. It is a medium course of 28 hours, or it is full course of 42 hours. Okay. 1 credit, 2 credit, 3 credit. 3 credit means 42 hours, 14 hours per credit. That's the simple manipulation, calculation, right? That's the way. And see, project work, seminar, internship, everything they are clubbed into 12 credits. It means that they want to reduce the weightage of project work, because it had been a practice that on project students used to earn the grades or marks, right? So their first class in the initial, some like a decade back, we had a first class. So we used to compensate class for the students in the project. Okay, they are now having on based on theory, they have scores of second class. How can I manage some by some margin the first class? So I used to make use tool of project work. So they are critically saying now reduce the weightage of project work. So project, seminar, internship, industry, everything. Say internship is made creditable. Okay, internship is associated with the credits over here. And then we'll talk something on internships also. That is something which we are going to do over here. Project work, seminar, internship in the industry, or appropriate workplace, academic research institute in the India or abroad. Okay, all together is 12 credits. So they are not saying that you attach 4 credits to internship, etc. It can be balanced. I can have 1 credit seminar, 4 credit internship. I can have 7 credits for project work, which is now spreading in semester 1, semester 2. That can happen. Okay. In mandatory courses, which are 0 credit, we've got environmental science, Constitution of India, essence of Indian traditional knowledge, and induction program. These are mandatory. Induction, what do they learn? They learn, I said no, it is Indian values and so on. Culture, traditional culture, pranayam, yoga, roaming around the campus, knowing the facilities, etc. Okay, all that are non-credit, and this does makes it around 160. Minor variations allowed as per need of the respective disciplines. Therefore, I said deviation is allowed. Okay, deviation is not allowed. So somebody will ask me if we are affiliated to university, so whom we will not decide our curriculum. Okay, but University Board of Studies are appealed to follow AICTE guideline even with deviation. Okay, deviation allowed. 160 doesn't mean 160. COEP went for 168 credits plus 15 for honors minor. We did that deviation over here. Okay, it can be as per needs of the respective disciplines and local needs. We can tweak with this credit distribution. Certainly we can do that. Okay, how much is the? Yeah, I said no, it is slowly should ramp up. Semester 1, 17.5 credits. 0.5 means it is 1 hour practical per week. So it is 0.5 therefore. Okay, 23 hours of contact. Semester 2, slowly ramping, so 20.5, 24 number of contact hours. Semester 2, 22, and then semester 4, 5, 6 is 23, 23, 23. Is it not? So contact hours are 27, 27, 27. Okay. BTech credits is 16, 17. Reduced. Why? Because we want to empower the student, make him free, make him or free for everything. His career path, he has to appear for GATE, CAT, GRE, TOEFL, take placement, go for placement interviews, learn everything, right? Go for startup, whatever he wants to do. And then plus he has to do project. They say engagement is 25 hours, more engagement, but plus project they are saying. So project hours are not counted in this. Remember, project hours are not counted. But this is really a trapezoidal pattern. Initially rises, then is saturated, and then again dampens. That's the way. It's a trapezoidal pattern of credit distribution, uneven, right? Quite uneven. It is not uniform. It is not a uniform distribution. It is a trapezoidal distribution over here. Okay, that's the way. This we already told. LTP means lecture, tutorial, practical. All these acronyms I told you. Open elective, lab course, mandatory course, project course, PCC, HSMC. All these we already told. Okay. Induction program, I said that the defined contents of induction program. Many of you probably must be involved. We have many first year faculty involved in the induction program because this is typically for first year students. They have physical activity, warm up, and then yoga, pranayama, creative arts, universal human values, literary, proficiency modules. So they learn some languages, anything, proficiency modules, lectures by eminent people, visit to local area, familiarization department, branch innovation. Okay. All the conditions, 3 weeks duration. So once the students enter, we'll see to it that all of them in batches undergo this total induction program. It doesn't have credit, but the attendance, participation, full-hearted participation is mandatory. Okay, and therefore we should see to it that this induction program at all campuses is taken very, very seriously. That must happen. Okay, and the contents are very well defined. Probably all of you must have started it now. It is 18, 19, 19, 20. We did that. 20 also we did that. I think so. We did this. Okay, so all of you must be doing it. Let's see to it that you do that. So I have 10, 15 more minutes. So I will, after how much we comply with with the curriculum structure of AICTE suggestion. Okay, let's have a COEP case study for more 10 minutes, and then we'll take the question and answers. COEP curriculum structure at COEP. COEP, as I said you, we had been a progressive institution. Okay, COEP was IIT of Maharashtra before IIT Bombay. IIT Bombay came into existence in 1960. COEP was existing in that 1960 for almost 100 years, no, 106 years. We were born in 1854. Okay, so we were only 106 years existing when IIT Bombay came in the state, right? NIT Nagpur also came in 1960. So at that time, COEP was already 106 years old. So prior to NIT Nagpur and IIT Bombay, COEP was IIT of the state. Okay, COEP literally used to receive students from Karnataka, Andhra, Gujarat, and Maharashtra, all the western part of the country, and Goa, right? Now then it became post 1960. It became Institute of Maharashtra, Government of Maharashtra, State Government College. Then it was encroachment happened on admissions. Okay, then we had University, Pune University. When Pune University made the admissions only for Pune, Nagar, Nashik. When we became autonomous in 2003-04, now our admissions are pan Maharashtra. We get students, CET toppers from across Maharashtra. Okay, we don't go to JEE mains. Autonomous colleges in the state don't have privilege to go for JEE mains. Otherwise, we would have beaten NIT Nagpur and NIT Surat. That's the confidence which we have. Okay, so what we did, vision we had that time, that COEP was anyway, we were all of our senior faculty were part of SPPU syllabus revision. We were part of Board of Studies, Academic Council, etc. We all had enriched experience in curriculum design. So we decided major curriculum revision in autonomous COEP with regular frequency, 4 years. Okay, 5 iterations in last 15 years. We became autonomous in 2003. So 2003 first curriculum revision. 4 years every year we had curriculum revision at structure level. So we gave new curriculum structure to the batch of students entering the campus every 4 years. 2003, 2007, 2011, 15, 19. 19 is the latest ongoing iteration. It is ongoing now. Okay. 15 to 19, I was Dean Academics. So I had a privilege to grace that Dean Academics position. So I had to have, I designed 2015, led the initiative of 2015 curriculum and led the curriculum iteration of 2019 also. So my job was to really compile all the inputs coming from that process. I showed you, it is Dean Academics job, certainly at COEP. Okay. So these two were under my supervision with my inputs and all, right? I had to study, compare, refer, review all these model curriculum guidelines, all those things, all the process which I showed you earlier, we literally did that. Okay. And how was our credit? We initially started 176 credits. And suddenly in the second iteration, we went to 192. But believe me, Huge number of credits means huge academic load, academic engagement, academic assignment, academic attendance by both teachers and students. Now what world says? World trend is reduce credits. Make students more self-learner and lifelong learner, that they can learn outside the campus also. They can learn on their own also. They can learn from peers also. They can learn from problem-based learning also. They can learn from project also. It is not the teacher's duty only to engage them in classroom and lab. Okay, next we went for 180, right? Then in 2015, when I took over, it was 170 plus 12. This plus 12 was honors minor. I'll come to that. So we reduced the grade. Now it is 166 plus 12 in 19. Okay, so see, we have started reducing. We are more or less tuned with the AICTE module curriculum. 166 plus 12 is our 2019 curriculum. How did we move for PG? 80 we remained for 2 iterations, then 74, and now we are 68. So again, trend is reduce the number of credits, right? Even in this credits also we reduce number of credits for project, because the AICTE strongly recommended. We also felt that students should not take undue advantage of acquiring more grades, more credits, more percentage because of only project. That should not happen, right? We have academic council as an apex institutional body to deliberate, decide, approve and resolve on all academic issues and concerns, set real review novel practices, analyze change for better. Academic council is the body in the COEP. It's also in the university. We have boards of studies at the department level. We have independent bodies, department level UG program committee, PG program committee. Okay, it is actually board of studies which actually does the hard work of revising the curriculum, and Dean of Academics compiles it, gives the vision and the input. Structure giving, curriculum structure giving is the job of Dean Academics, right? Studying all the trends and peers and references and reviews, he will give the curriculum structure. And then the courses will be fitted, titled by the boards of studies, right? All above bodies have due representation by industry. Actually, it is as per all norms of frameworks. You have industry on boards of studies, academic council, alumni, younger alumni that too. The students who are just passed out, they have very kind of age experiences of their learning are really crucial, because they just passed out, so they can really give you true feedback, true opinion after they become alumni. Okay, and from IITs, we are all the from IITs and IITs, we have good representation on all our bodies. Stress on science fundamentals. See, because I say no, science and math are foundations of engineering. We always say that all science, physics is a nature. Physics defines nature, really. Okay, physics defines nature. Composition of nature is chemistry and biology. Composition of nature is chemistry and biology. But physics is equal to nature. Physics is a science which describes the nature, really. Okay, and chemistry and biology, they define the composition of nature. Every material, how is it made out of? Okay, whereas maths is the language of this definition. Maths is the language. Drawing is not the language of engineers. Maths is the language of engineers, mathematics. Therefore, we believe this philosophy in 2007 and a second iteration. Okay, and we said strong mathematics and basic science inputs, including a course on biology. Biology we named as very attractive, fascinating name we gave. It is science of living machines. Human body is a living machine. Plant is a living machine. Okay, and science of living machine happens to be biology. That very attractive title we gave way back in 2007. Okay.
Sutane sir,
Yes.
may I just interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
Sir, if you are changing the slides, I don't think they are visible. I just wanted to make sure. Otherwise, you can continue, sir.
Is this style visible now? Academic features, the education.
Yeah, it is different one, sir. Different one. I can see the one is academic features, the education model. I think. Please, please.
It is, yes, it is red and blue slide, right?
True, true.
Talking of stress on science fundamentals at UG.
Not that.
Is it visible? No. I have changed the slide now. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
That was
please.
on the last point here, last bullet point, stress on science fundamentals, strong mathematics and basic science inputs. Okay, I was at that point. But am I audible truly now for all? Am I audible for all? Yes, no? Dr. Anil, am I audible?
Sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Then we had I have switched the slide now, and the academic practices, they continue. We have continuous students evaluation with 2 in-SEM tests followed by end-SEM. This was our typical, like now it is found in many institutes also. So we have continuous evaluation, which is mandatory in-SEM evaluation, and the end-SEM. There are 2 things, in-SEM, end-SEM, no problem, right? But at COEP, we had this feature, all lab courses are evaluated by external examiners from reputed institutes. Okay, that we had. We didn't say reputed industry. We said reputed institutes. Why? Because generally lower level labs should not be gauged, should not be measured by industry. Industry should be typically called for project examination, seminar examination, not for the lab examination. Lab should be called by peer teachers only, right? But the projects and dissertations by industry. That practice of SPPU we followed. In marks obtained by students in every course, paper, every lab, we converted to relative grades. Relative grading is a very technique, it's a scientific technique. Absolute grade means what? The student scores 91 to 100 marks, see, make him A+. The student 81 to 90 marks, so quantization step is 10 marks, right? Make him A. 71 to 80, make him B+. 61 to 70, make him B. So your grade steps are now, quantization levels are not uniform, then it is relative grading. Relative grading is a tough task, and we can engage you for that for another hour. Okay. But marks today in COEP are converted to relative grades. Relative grading means that this is teacher dependent. Teacher defines the grading pattern, and then it can be dependent on the difficulty level of the course. Tougher course means relative grading will be lighter. Light course means relative grading will be tougher. That's the way. It is a technique rather. And then we calculate SGPA, semester grade point average. CGPA is a feature of re-examination and summer term for academically weaker students. Okay. But the course teacher is the ultimate authority to decide the pattern of in-SEM and end-SEM evaluation. Completely, course teacher is empowered to decide the pattern of in-SEM or end-SEM examination. Okay. And we started because we are not autonomous. Student strength is restricted to the branch size. We don't have to really poke our nose into university business. Okay. No examinations of other institutions. We can really go for novel practices such as open book examination, open time examination, 24 hours examination. Why to restrict the paper time of end-SEM exam to 3 hours traditional pattern only? 100 marks, 3 hours, 6 questions. This is something very, very conventional pattern. We appeal the teachers to break that pattern. Okay. And then follow any pattern which they like. Only thing is that you have to inform this to the examination cell. Control of examination, you have to inform. You have to inform this to the students on very first day of the, when the course starts, right? The lecture planning and the examination pattern should be known to COE, control of examination, and should be known to the students. That we did. Open Google examination, open internet. They can search. Assignments are so tough that you will not get the answer on internet. That can happen, right? If that was the thing which we did, then all such things are now many of the teachers in the COEP, they do such kind of novel practices for end-SEM examination. Okay. In-SEM examination, quiz, assignment, presentation, everything is governed only by the teacher. Nobody will dictate, no HOD will dictate, no principal will dictate the teachers to go for the pattern of the examination. No, this happens on the teacher's side, right? No compulsion on them for anything. I have now changed the slide. Is it visible? I have changed the slide. Academic practices worth mentioning. I have come to that slide. Okay. So inclusion of skill-based courses at undergraduate level, 1 in each semester. That we did. Okay. Because engineering is skill, and that was the USP of COEP curriculum. We have 1 skill-based course every semester. All 8 semesters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 semesters. Every semester has 1 hands-on skill-based course, which may not be curriculum dependent, may not be. Okay. That was 1 in each semester. So we created a separate category in SBC. SBC is skill-based course. Then we have practice of co-teaching with industry personnel, IIT faculty for at least a single course in a semester every department. Right? We have privilege of being in the city of Pune. So COEP can really afford to go for co-teaching. Co-teaching means what? There are 6 units in the curriculum. 4 I will teach as a teacher, internal teacher. but 2 I will delegate to my industry partner. I'll call him or identify and call him or her, invite him. I'll also give proper remuneration or honor him to him. He will teach 2 of my units. Okay, those units are a bit advanced, but he'll also bring his industrial experience with him. That will happen, right? Well, IIT faculty, we hosted many IIT faculty on campus and we appealed them to share a course with the internal teacher. That happened. Okay, and it's a semester by semester ongoing practice. Not that it happens in one semester and forget about in the other semester. No. We had a chain of courses. The world, India is talking of entrepreneurship, right? But behind entrepreneurship, there must be innovation. Ideas come out of innovative brains and minds. So innovation was a predecessor for entrepreneurship. We had an entrepreneurship course in 3rd year, 1 grade course, mini course, 13 hours course, right? It was preceded by innovation course in 2nd year. For all branches, it was preceded by a design thinking course in 1st year for all. Because design thinking stimulates the brain to think innovative. Okay, so design thinking is step 1, innovation is step 2, entrepreneurship is the process, step 3, 1st year, 2nd year, 3rd year respectively. Another very, very important feature of COEP curriculum. Okay, we have inclusion of MOOCs everywhere. Everywhere we have electives, we have 1 MOOC. Choice is 1 MOOC, right? But that MOOC is not as the students like. That MOOC comes from teacher. Teacher will suggest the student to take that MOOC. Okay. Then we have industry internship. We have mini project in the curriculum with due credits, micro project, mini everything. Right. There was a idea known as liberal learning course in COEP. Liberal learning was the only 1 credit course throughout the program. That course is still there. But it was pursuing your hobby. If being in engineering, you want to go for photography. You want to go for, let's say, history of technology, you want to go for Indian history, you want to go for learn anything rather, okay, then you can take that as a hobby. It's a self-learned course, but 1 credit, liberal learning, right? At PG, believe me, we had program-specific mathematics course common. It is program-specific. So I have vertical in VLSI embedded system, I have vertical in signal processing, I have vertical in, let's say, wireless communication. Based on every vertical, such 24 verticals we have in PG, we have program-specific mathematics course because we want to underline the importance of maths everywhere. Maths is the foundation of research and engineering, believe me. Okay, so we also wanted to overemphasize that, so that we did. Student exchange program effectively implemented for autonomous colleges in the state. We have Walchand College, SGGS College, Raisoni College, many autonomous colleges in the state. We have an informal agreement with them that their student can spend a semester with COEP and vice versa. VJTI. Our students also go to VJTI Sangli sometimes and to IIT Bombay. We have formal informal arrangement with them. They spend the semester and the credits they earn we can transfer. It's a credit transfer program. Okay, that we have been doing at COEP post autonomy. I'll skip the process now because we don't have that time. See, only references should be. This slide is worth reading. When Dean Academies formulates in the academic council the curriculum structure. What are mandatory references? AICTE model curriculum. This we did at the time of curriculum iteration 5, 2019. Curriculum, model curriculum for AICTE 2018 was a guideline. At that time, Industry 4.0, this was a technology sunrise. Okay, so automation, AI, industrial IoT, machine learning, deep learning, all was on the horizon of technology in 2018-19. Okay, so we had to consider that. Industry 4.0 all talks of interdisciplinary stuff. That was a guideline. Curriculum structures of IIT and NIT, should we do that? Yes, we should do that. We should also look towards them, look forward to them that they do something good, so should I do that? I found IIT Hyderabad becoming very innovative in curriculum design, very much innovative. Okay, and then so we followed them, tried to follow the fractional credit concept and so on. Also globally top ranked university. What does MIT do? What does Stanford do? Should we not look at, if we cannot implement, at least I'll look at them for all technical references. Okay, then global trends on convergence of technologies. Machine learning is actually coming out of probability, statistical theory and signal processing. It's a new name. Machine learning and data analytics, they overlap, right? No, lot of stuff is overlapping now. Raspberry Pi and Arduino is not a purview of electronics engineer. Very much mechanical and robotic engineer use it. So convert technology, horizontal generic UG engineering, and people are always after making UG engineering generic. They want to develop a generic. Stanford, MIT are on that side. They want to make UG engineering generic PG is specialization. That's the way they do. Okay. So ever than before, there is emphasis on balance between analytical teacher, analytical engineer, skilled engineer. Analytical means theoretician. Mathematics he knows more. Okay. But skilled person may not know much of mathematics. So we have to really follow a thin line balance between analytical and skilled engineer. Research engineer versus application engineer. Again, a big gap. Okay. You have to form a proper blend or mix between research engineer and application engineer. Globally consented GAs, graduate attributes are program outcomes in the OBE versus local attributes. Do all those 12 program attributes apply to us? Yes. Plus we have to also take into account the local attributes. Okay. Employability aspect we have to take into curriculum design and higher education also. I have to prepare my student for higher education. I have to prepare them for employability. I have to prepare them for entrepreneurship. All. Right. And then we have to think of what COEP is COEP after all. We have peer competition. You have to look about to IIT Bombay, let's say, and then that competitive edge you have to maintain. Is it not in the market? Education is a big business now. We have to see that our brand is maintained. Our USP, unique selling proposition on novel academic initiatives and practices, it is maintained with regards to local and global competition. It is not that is COEP. We should see to it that we have to also compete with our peers and so on. That should happen. Okay. Methodology. Okay, no problem. More stress on learning than teaching, right? No, due weightage to non-engineering co-curricular courses. Non-engineering, I say, lifelong project that we did, no problem. Offering more electives from 6th semester and sufficient interdisciplinary component. Adequate science and maths courses, rather strengthening maths in terms of numbers and content that we did. So let us keep this. Come to the international strengths. UG program in engineering, that is BE, BTech, BS, is to be considered as pre-engineering or training for it. This is worldwide trained. Believe me, UG program means nothing more. It is a pre-training for PG, MS, MTech. That should be ME, should be somehow specialization. So what is BE, BTech, BS? It is simply a preparation of engineer for specialization. So therefore their courses are quite less credits, 120, 125, 128, etc. And they make it generic engineering, more of interdisciplinary, less of program core. Okay. And a jugglery they manage, the balance they manage between all such things over there. Okay. So common preparatory coursework for engineering up to first 4 or 5 semesters. We have only preparatory coursework in first year. First year is common. But world now advocates or suggests that up to first 4 or 5 semesters be common. So it's very strange. So second year also is common and be specific, branch specific in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th semester. That is 6th, 7th, 8th semester are branch specific. That's the recommendation worldwide. Core engineering begins at PG. Is it not? That begins at PG. So MS, MEM Tech is core engineering. Concept of credit being extended may be deeply attached with self-learning and home assignments, right? So don't attach credits with the class engagement. It should be attached with the self-learning and home assignments. Make students a lifelong and self-learner. That is more, right? An engineering program with reduced formal credits is a world trend, global trend. Boards of studies, all senior people with wisdom should use this as a guideline. In COEP, we tried to comply with this, right? That happened. What is national scene? The last slide probably I have. More freedom and flexibility to institutes, colleges for curriculum design, delivery, and assessment. Okay. Though affiliated. Now, national education policy, new education policy also advocates this. UGC, AICTE all say that more freedom and flexibility should be given to institutes. That should happen. So BOS at universities also, in fact, they say some components should be, some components of credit, let's say out of 160, 20 credits should be left to the institutes. Okay, they will design their own pattern. They will design their own coursework. They'll decide their own examination pattern and simply submit marks and grades to university. Academically, autonomous institutes are increasing in numbers. That's a good sign, but need to deploy autonomy in two sense. See, when we are academically free, no, we should not follow AICTE guidelines strictly. Okay, it is just a guideline. So it should see to it that it locally deviate as per our requirement. Private universities are experimenting with diversified models of education. We have BTech program in machine learning, 2 specialized. We have BTech program in data analytics, 2 specialized again. Okay. We should have PG in robotics and AI, but they are specializing in now sunrise domains. But private universities have complete freedom, so they go for it. Global trends on choice-based credit system, reduced grades, self-learning, and assignment-based evaluation are being understood. That's a good sign. That we should not be examining the student. We should allot him the assignment. Assignment should be tough, and that should be reflected in the evaluation. That should happen. So evaluation should be assignment-based rather than theory paper of 60 marks, 80 marks, 100 marks, like that. Okay. So see to it that you become more assignment specific. You give group assignment, team assignment, individual assignment. That is to be somewhat seen to it. Education to be liberalized and not to be regulated. We should not have regulatory authority. We should have liberalizing authorities. So now in the new education policy, they all say like that. We are facilitated. AICTE is facilitated. AICTE is liberalizing agency rather than regulating agency. Okay. So to conclude, appropriate references to be followed for curriculum design, for inspiration, but should be refined for local relevance, for our relevance. Now, this is understood. This is actually probably the quote. Excellence is a journey. So we can, it's a journey which never ends. Excellence is a oasis actually. We should follow that. Always keep on following it. It will be, I can see that, but I cannot attain it. I cannot touch it. Okay. Excellence is a forever journey. And quality is not an accident. Quality is a step towards excellence. We say quality cannot be overnight experiment. Cannot be overnight exercise. It takes time to acquire the quality. It is not an accident at all. You have to systematically exert for quality to be attained. Curriculum design can be most novel, state of art, but its execution in terms of delivery and the evaluation contribute to quality, more to quality. Design could be new. I can see 4 wisdom-based people will come together. Dean academics can be really innovative. They'll design the most proper curriculum. No problem. It can be state of art. But execution, when it comes to the teachers for delivery and actually the examination, that contributes more to quality. Okay. AB is OBE, outcome-based education and accreditation, is a true guideline to follow religiously in letter and spirit for quality in education. We have followed it at COEP. We also strongly suggest that you should follow it in letter and spirit. Not the AICTE curriculum, but OBE should be followed. Okay, in letter and spirit. I think here I end. I can take some questions and then probably stop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, we will ask participants if they have any questions so far. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please raise your hand, unmute yourself and ask the question, please. Navneet Sangle, sir, you had a question. You can ask your question, please. Navneet Sangle.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
My sound is audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. Sutame,
Yes.
yeah. So, Sutame, sir. Dr. Navneet Sangle from AICTE ASTA Sangle, sir.
Okay.
First, I would like to thank you for sir delivering such a beautiful session to us.
Thank you.
Sir, I have 2 to 3 questions. I will ask all together. My request is that please answer this question one by one. Very first question is that at the beginning of your slide, you mentioned about major honor and minor degree.
Yes.
So is there any guideline from UGC or AICTE for conducting such type of 20 credit course? This
Yes,
is my first question.
Yes.
Second, so shall I ask all the question together or one
I'll
by
answer
one?
it. In short, I'll answer. There are guidelines from AICTE,
Yeah.
but they say it can be up to 20. Up to 20. So what COEP did is it is 12 or 15 for us. It is also liberties given to departments. That 12 credits means, let's say 3 credit course we have. Then in 12 credits, we can accommodate 4 courses. Departments float a honors in their own stream for 15 credits or 12 credits. Okay. Or minor for 12 or 15. That is something which COEP did. It can be extended actually up to 20 grades. But we followed only 12 or 15 grades. There is guideline available. It's a guideline again.
Okay, sir. Sir, second question is that while preparing the first year curriculum, so there are 2 possibilities, whether we have to prepare this curriculum which is common to all branches, or is it possible for us to prepare this curriculum branch wise or branch specific? So which is the best practice? So preparing curriculum branch specific or common to all branches at first year?
Okay. So IITs typically go for branch wise curriculum. Okay. They don't teach thermodynamics to electrical engineers. Don't teach. They don't teach drawing, graphics design, that to all electrical engineers. Don't teach. Okay. They start directly for programming for computer, ENTC, electrical, and so on. IITs always advocate and suggest that we should go for branch specific course training straight away from first year. Therefore, they are more intense technically, right? In COAP
Yeah.
grouping, we have all electrical domain branches together. We have all mechanical domain branches together. Okay. So hard branches together, soft branches together.
Yeah, sir. My
It is therefore there are two curriculum structures for COAP.
yeah. Yeah, sir. Sir, my third question is that in open elective, generally we are not allowing the same branch student to take the admission for that particular course. But some students are asking for taking admission for open elective from the same branch. So is it possible for us to allow the such type of student for open elective?
No. That is actually opposite to the concept of open elective. The same branch student cannot take it.
Yeah.
You can take it as an audit course. If at all they insist, you can take them as audit course.
Yes, sir. One more question, sir. About MLC courses, you mentioned that there is no credit for MLC courses. According to the AICTE 2012 guideline, there are some audit courses was there, but in new guideline, audit courses are not there. So, what is your comment about audit courses?
Audit courses are typical. See, generally, when they say 0 credit course, no credits, means
Yeah.
it also says that there is no examination. Okay. Audit course means examination is there, but the grades are not contributing to SGPA, CGPA. That is audit course. Whereas for 0 credit course means examination is not compulsory, not mandatory. But what we do, because students will not take the course seriously, so we attach the examination. Even for mandatory learning, we attach examination, but we don't count its credits here. Okay. Actually, theoretically speaking, credit course means having weightage in SGPA, CGPA calculation. 0 credit or no credit means no contribution to CGPA, SGPA. Similarly, audit. Audit is with examination, 0 credit is without examination. That's we generally think of. Okay.
One last question, sir. Sir, generally, when we introduce 150 or 160 credit, then our syllabus will get over up to Thursday. Then how to utilize the time period for Friday and Saturday is the question for the college side. Those type of questions are there from the college side.
Okay. No, it should be actually, we should use that for the self-development. Okay. Friday, Saturday on campus by teachers. Let's say teachers, you can use it for industry collaboration. You can make friends in good elite institutions. That can happen. Okay. And you self-develop. You contribute to your research. Okay. You contribute to your own project development. And students should be engaged with, again, collaborative kind of associations. Always. They should be told to engage with technical clubs. It's building club here. We are Aboriginal mathematics club over here. So all the co-curricular activities they should be asked to engage. That is actually meaning, and we are also attached this time clubs, technical club. That also we have done.
Yeah, sir. So thanks for answering my question, sir. Thank you once again, sir.
Yeah, Navneet Sangle sir, thank you for asking questions. Any other participants? If you have any questions, please raise your hand, or you can type your name in the chat box. Quickly get ready to ask questions. Sujata madam, please unmute yourself. Sujata madam. Sujata madam, you can unmute yourself if you want to ask a question. Any other participants? Any other participants? If you have questions, please ask.
Adil sir, what you can do is you can compile the question and send it to me. Okay.
Yes, sir. We can do it. We can surely do it and send it through. Yeah, to you email through email. True. We can do it. Yeah. Yes. Sutone sir, it was really an enriching session. Let me just conclude it with a few points I have written. Dr. Sutavne started his first session with the point that teaching and learning process cannot be effective unless teachers and students look at each other or face each other. Feedback on the faces of students is crucial for teachers to understand the content and delivery of his topic of discussion. Teaching, learning, and assessment make the entire process in education, but teaching does not exist without learning, because it is on the part of the teachers that they should keep on learning. Learners should acquire a certain new knowledge in every learning session or class. Sir, you also talked about your own innovative triplets like teaching, learning, assessment, teaching, learning, evaluation, knowledge, skill, behavior, knowledge, skill, attitudinal development. Sutane sir also highlighted that education helps a raw human being to transform into a cultured human being. It makes human beings accountable, responsible, and good human beings. And that is the most significant aspect in our present life. He highlighted the social element about how education is differently available to classes and masses. Conventional education is philosophical and less outcome based, but professional education is based on outcome and it is clearly measurable. While highlighting the engineering education, he mentioned that curriculum plays a significant role and therefore it should be prepared by highly intellectual people and a lot of care should be taken while forming the curriculum. He guided about the accreditation process and how different educational institutes have different kinds of rights and authorities in the process of offering degrees and certification. He highlighted that employability is at stake today and teachers should help students develop their communication skills and technical skills. He also highlighted that enabling teachers to teach new, innovative and need-based courses is the need of the time. He mentioned that the goal of entire education system should be to make students technically sound as far as sound knowledge and effective communication are concerned. Sutane sir discussed various initiatives by AICTE and COEP like various types of courses, schemes, induction program, summer internships, and MOOCs like NPTEL and SWAYAM, and initiatives by COAP like honor courses. He also discussed various educational models like AICTE Curriculum 2018 model and importance of entrepreneurship in professional education. Sir, your session was full of insights, highly enlightening, and it all came spontaneously and was full of your own experiences. I thank you so much for this session, sir, both the sessions, sir. I personally and on behalf of Vidya Pratishthan's KBIIT and also on behalf of all the participants attending, I say thank you to you for taking and making time to guide all of us with your insights, knowledge, and experience. Sutane sir, thank you so much once again. I request all the participants to please submit your feedback and attendance. It will be activated till 2. You still have time to submit your attendance and feedback. Thank you so much. We will stop here for today. Yes, we will meet tomorrow at 9 sharp. Bye and good day. Thank you.